All right, and we are live. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for waiting today. I am joined here with my friend Angela from Angela Rose Reads, and I'm so
Hello.
happy. And we're going to be doing a whole bunch of sprints today. So today will probably be like a longer sprinting day, but we'll check in and see how everyone feels over time. So Angela, if you want to say like a little bit about your channel and yeah.
Oh, hello. I have been away for a little bit, but I'm coming back with a bunch of ideas. And I don't know, I read a lot of everything. I'm really getting into murder mysteries and horror and yeah, yay,
I
and horror.
love mysteries.
Yes. Oh, murder mysteries for some reason are just so cozy. Not so much thrillers. I prefer it when it's just a mystery. I love solving mysteries. And but I mean, I read a little bit of fantasy. I read a lot of dark academia. I read a lot of things. So it's kind of a bunch of a range.
Yeah, I always think of I think of fantasy and horror and um yeah, fantasy and horror, like, whenever I think of, like, your, taste, but you read a bunch of different stuff, which
I
I
don't know.
really like because 'cause I'm like that too.
It's all just interesting, isn't it? I just can't choose.
I know. Like, people are like, "Oh, what is your taste?" And I'm like, "I just wanna read a good book." Literally,
Exactly,
I just want a
anything,
good book.
graphic novels, middle grade, YA, I read picture books too,
Nonfiction.
like, anything, kids' picture books, anything that's a good story.
Mhm. And I know that you do read nonfiction as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been reading a lot for school, which I don't include in my booktube channel, so I haven't been reading as much for my own choice, but once I get out of my degree program, then I'll be reading more nonfiction, but yeah, I do love it. I have a good selection on my shelf that I'm just waiting to get to, and you do too.
Yes.
I
I
love seeing
actually
what you're
just
reading.
I just finished a nonfiction, and I'm gonna get this one up. Okay, it's called Indigenous Relations Insights, Tips, and Suggestions to Make Reconciliation a Reality. So I
Wow.
just read, yeah, just finished this one from the library. I don't know, I just went to the library and I like picked up the physical book. I didn't finish it, so then I got it on my Libby app, my Overdrive, and then just finished it. And I would just like read it at night, like before bed. And it's like, I'm going to write a review on it during one of our sprints because I just thought it was packed full of like super useful information. So, yeah.
Yeah, you're the one who gave me that idea of reading nonfiction before bed to help get you kinda a little sleepier.
Yeah, it helps unless you're really interested in the topic,
That's
which
fair.
sometimes you get it to a chapter and it's like really hard to put down. So, yeah.
That's true.
Gonna check in and see, like, what others are reading. Hello, you're reading The Deal
Ooh,
with the Elf King by
ooh,
Elise Kova. Have you heard of this one?
I'm looking it up right now.
Okay, I'm gonna do my screen share because I finally have that going, and I'm gonna get it up on here on Goodreads for us. So, The Elf King. Deal with the Elf King, I should say.
That cover art.
Yes. Cool. Looks like, where does it say the genre on here? I'm
It
gonna
looks
guess
like
it's fantasy.
fantasy. It says fantasy, fantasy romance, magic, new adult, young adult, fae, fiction, paranormal.
Cool. All right. It says inspired by the tales of Hades and Persephone, as well as
Mm.
Beauty and the Beast, with a, I don't know if I should say it, like, isn't this kind of a I don't know.
I know, right?
I'm like, get out of that zone.
No, that's actually been something that I've realized is a little bit of a problem now that I've been like filming again, is that I tend to not read synopses before I read a book. But then when I'm trying
Oh,
to introduce it in a video, I'm like, yeah, I don't know what this is about. And so I feel silly. So that's kind of, ooh, I
it's
don't know. I
kind
just don't
of a
like to
hard
read it because it
balance,
gives it
right?
away. What?
It's kind of a hard balance, right?
Yeah, because a lot of times it kinda gives things away, and then you go in it's really hard not to get your own expectations of something when you read a synopsis,
Mhm.
and I'm trying really hard to not put my own expectations on books, and I'm trying to just enjoy whatever the author wanted it to be, but
Yeah.
it's so much harder when you don't just go in with no knowledge because you have your own preconceived notions of what the book's gonna be. So, it's been hard for filming because I've been like, "Yeah, I don't know, I'm just reading it."
I know it is difficult to do, like, what can you do? It's like you can say, like, what genre it is, why, like, you
Mhm.
were interested in picking it up, like,
Yes.
what you expect from it or what you don't expect from it. Sometimes I'll just be like, it looks like it'll be, like, a really, like, nice, like, autumn read or something like
Yeah.
that, just, like, very vague, and then, like, this is part of a series, and it is a Hades Persephone like inspired Beauty and the Beast inspired book. And then there's so many times where you just start talking and it's like what happens with me is I'll start talking about the book and then like I'll just be like, oh, is this should I say this part? Or and then I'll that's all you should know at this point. But I really like it. I find that I do that a lot with my reviews in the end.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Man, there's been a lot of things
It's a dance.
that I've noticed lately. You know how you said it is like this, like it's like Hades and Persephone? Have you noticed that there's so many books now that they say it's like Knives Out?
No, I haven't heard
Oh,
what
maybe
is it
that's just
called?
what I like
Knives
to read.
Out?
Oh, the movie? You've never seen Knives Out, Sarah?
I don't think so.
Okay,
Wait,
well, I think we
Knives
should have a movie night sometime and watch that. Knives Out.
Knives Out?
Yeah, man. Okay, we
Okay.
need to watch this.
It was horror?
It's like a murder mystery.
Ooh.
It's got so many famous people in it, and it's an
Oh, is that
actual murder mystery.
Oh, yeah. I'll
And
definitely look into this one. There's a
and
whole bunch
since
of people in here that I like to watch.
yeah, 2019, like, I feel like since that came out and it won award I think it won awards, at least it was a huge hit. Now there's so many it's kinda like Get Out as well. After Get
Yeah,
Out came out, like, all these books now are like Get Out, like Knives Out, like the and I'm just like, it's really interesting how it inspires all these stories.
I know, right? That's so cool. By the way, are you gonna watch Nope?
Mhm. Mm. Sorry, I just took a drink of tea. So I've actually oh, this is bad. I've actually watched, like, the beginning of it. We had bought
Um,
so we bu this is really gonna tell you how ridiculous we are. So for context, my husband and I both have ADHD, so, like, that's why we have such a bad memory with so many things, and we bought Knives Out for, like, 20 bucks on Amazon Prime, even like, early release. Like, first came out, we spent 20 bucks, we bought it, we got like 30 minutes in or more, and then
yeah.
we had to pause it, and we were gonna pick it up later, and we forgot by the time the 48-hour time limit was over. So it went back, and we just spent 20 bucks on like the first 30 minutes of the movie. So
Oh, no.
so I don't know what happened. We left off right on a cliffhanger, and so now I really want to catch up to it. Have you seen it yet?
Nope.
Nope. There you go. The title.
No, I haven't seen either of these, but we are gonna watch Nope, coming up. But
Good.
yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for it. I think Kiki Palmer is in it.
Mhm.
Is
Yeah,
that right?
she
Oh, I
is.
love her.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. She's just wonderful. So, I just think she's gonna be she has just such a personality that,
Mhm.
like, it's so compelling to just watch her. every time that she's on screen, I'm just like, "Just keep talking."
Yeah, it was interesting so far, very strange, like,
Mhm.
very strange. I was like, "What on earth is going on?" So, it was very, very strange, and that's why I especially wanna know what happens.
Okay. Hey, Kristen.
Mm.
So we'll be reading A Pumpkin and a Patch by Jennifer Peel and The Door by the Staircase by Catherine March.
Those sound
March.
very Halloween vibes. That's exciting.
I know. Kristen, I believe you really love like us, really, really love to just immerse in all of the autumn vibes. A pumpkin and a patch. Oh, that cover is cute. Oh,
Oh, is it a romance?
this is cute. Um, no. Yeah, okay, okay. I think I don't. Where's the genre? Okay. Romance, contemporary fiction, chick lit, adult, Halloween, cute. And yeah, I'm just gonna enlarge the cover. Oh my god, I'm such a
Aw.
sucker for these types.
Oh, and a patch, and he's wearing an eye patch? Oh, that's funny.
Oh, such a sucker for these covers.
That's a really common art style now for romance. There's an entire table at Barnes& and Noble that the whole table is just romance that looks like that.
Yeah, yeah,
It's really
and
cute.
yeah, totally. There totally is. And I'm finding now, like, the more books that I like review and I look at like the different like publisher websites, it's like this type of cover means like this type of genre. And I'm finding that more
Mhm.
and more like as I like the more books like I read and the more books I sign out or the more books that like I request to review, and it's very confusing when I see um, a certain type of cover and it doesn't fit that genre. That's happened a
Mm.
couple of times to me where I'm just like, this is just so cute. This looks like such a cute like romance or whatever. And then I start reading it and I was like,
Nope.
this is spicy. Like, like
Oh, spicy. I see what you mean, yeah. Oh,
mhm,
that was like the Get a Life Chloe Brown
yeah.
ones, the Brown sisters ones. They had such cute covers, and then, yeah, they got a little graphic there.
And I think that like I was talking to someone I was talking to a coworker. I was just like, I think that what they should really have that a lot of book reviewers do is they have like a spice scale. Like they should almost have like a Coville scale or something that's just like
Oh.
across the board, like one chili pepper means this, you know, like
That's
two
kinda
means this,
subjective, though. People would have
three.
different opinions about what spicy means.
I know, and, like, each reviewer kind of usually they'll have, like, a little table to say what it means, and, like, the intensity, like, increases as it goes on, so they'll kind of, like, say, like, 1 like, 0 to 1 is, like, just, like, hand holding or off screen or, like, whatever, and then
Mhm.
they'll just, like, become more and more and more as it, like, goes
Fade to black, and
on,
then
because I personally like, kind of like Fade to Black or like and that's about the level that I like, so if there was just like a little thing that like had like a spice level on these books, I would really appreciate it. And I find it especially sometimes for YA. Sometimes I'll read a YA book and I'm just like, this is for
Oh, interesting.
So
Okay, well, then can I have a moment to spotlight a book that
okay,
is, like, my new all-time favorite?
okay,
Because of what you just said.
yeah,
So you said you prefer, like, fade to black, you like so it has the same style of cover. I told you about it yesterday. It is The Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches.
mhm.
This book is the most precious, perfect, cutest, sweetest, best thing I've ever read. Like, I honestly, like, it's about witches, it's about found family, it's about
Title?
The Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches. It'll come up, yeah. It has like, there's not a single sentence that I would change. There's nothing that made me, like, no like, even like, spice was perfect amount. It was, like, perfect amount, and that wasn't the point of the story either. It's not really a romance. Like,
Mhm,
there is a thing in it, obviously, from the cover and stuff, but, like, that's not the point at all. Like, the point is
mhm.
found family, dealing with your personal issues and past trauma, like magic, witchiness, coziness, like gardening, a puppy dog named Cersei. She names her animals after famous witches because she's a witch, you know?
Oh,
And
yes.
like, it's so sweet. Yeah, a warm and uplifting novel. But I think I said, like, it soothed my soul. It was like a balm for my soul. It was the sweetest thing, and from what you're telling me, your amount of spice that you like, this would be fine for you, like, I can see if, like, you don't connect with maybe the, issues that the main characters deal with, that you might find some parts like, "Okay, well, just get over it," but it's past trauma, okay? You can't just get over it.
I know, but, like,
But,
a lot of
it's
people
so
share your opinion on how great it is because it's, like, 4.29 out of 11,000 reviews, and this was
I
just
mean,
released.
seriously.
Like,
I'm
well,
telling
August
you, it's the
23rd.
cutest, sweetest thing. Like, some people say it reminds them of House on the Cerulean Sea, which I can totally see that, but, like, honestly, I liked this even better. Like, I just think that, like, because it's witchiness, it's pure witchiness, like, anything that you would like with, like, the potions, the cauldron, the tea, the
That's
everything,
what I
and
want.
it's got a whole house of all these different characters of all ages, and they all, like, come together, and it's just I cannot. Like, it really made me have to realize how I rate things because I have just read Babel, and I
Yeah.
was like, "Okay, Babel was absolutely brilliant." But I gave it 4 stars in the end, and then
Mhm.
I'm like, "This doesn't hold a candle to the brilliance of Babel," but it made my entire, like, heart wanna explode. So I'm like, "I have to give it 5 stars." So, like,
Mhm.
it was just the sweetest, cutest thing, and, like, I had bought it on Kindle, and now I need to buy it on paperback because, like, I wanna own it. It is the sweetest thing, and if you're reading, like, around Halloween,
Yeah.
you can fly through this book, and it's, like, perfectly for Halloween or just any time, like, but it does have, like, fall and winter solstice and stuff, and, like, and so, yeah, I just this is the cover we were talking about, that art style and the spice level, and, like, we were talking about Halloween vibes, like, oh my gosh. I just
This is
cannot get
wonderful.
over how perfect this book was. It was the sweetest thing ever.
This is definitely on the list. I can't I am just waiting for it to come in from the library. Like, I put this on request, like, months ago.
Honestly, I don't wanna tell you to buy it, but, like, maybe just buy it because, like, I don't know. Like I said, the only way I think you wouldn't like it is if you don't care about witchy stuff, like nature, if that's not interesting to you. And
Yeah.
if maybe you don't relate to, like, that feeling of feeling like you're never wanted and that you've never had a home,
Mhm.
and, like, you like, that is a very prevalent theme. If you don't relate to those things or care about them, then I can see why you wouldn't like it, but if you think that, like, found family and, like, witchy stuff is great, like, I'm just like, I have no notes. Like, it's like that scene in New Girl. No notes. Like, I have no notes. This was just like the sweetest, cutest thing. And it takes place in the UK. So, like, there's so much like tea and scones and clotted cream and jam. And just like, it's just the sweetest thing. It's
I'm
so sweet.
I'm I like that, yeah. I like, all of that, and there's another cover, it looks like? No.
Oh,
Yeah, I know, right?
those are very different covers. But I
It's
mean, they both
so
have the
different,
same kind of vibes of like the house.
but this
I
one is so whimsical.
Yeah, but wait, let me see the other one. That was so pretty too.
It
Like the house
is.
with the trees. Oh,
This one,
perfect. That's actually exactly like that's so perfect.
I feel like this one gives me more, creepy, like almost like mystery
Yeah.
vibes a little bit, just a little bit, but
Yeah.
this gives me more like contemporary cute romance with fantastical elements. Like
That's
that's
what
what
it should be. So this is the cover that represents it more because it is just pure cute. Like, it's just cute. A warm and uplifting novel, it says, and, like, that's literally what it is. It's just cute.
it's so cute, and I love swirls.
Um,
I love swirls in a
so
cover. If I see a swirl in a cover and I see the word witches,
done.
it's
Like, done.
also beautiful to have, and I was like, "Should I get it on Audible?" But, because I have a credit coming up, but,
Oh.
I think that this is one that I'm going to want to.
Okay, I have a credit and I have no idea what to spend it on because when I buy an audiobook, I want it to be something I'm gonna re-listen to. Like, I don't want it to just be like a one-time read. And like, I don't know if anybody has any recommendations, but because like for example, some of my favorite audiobooks, like I'm re-listening to because I bought it last year, The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman. They have a full cast. And so I
Uh-huh.
love things that are like full casts. I love like the audiobook for Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo. I love the audiobook for like Song of Achilles was pretty on audio. Like, I don't know if there's a book that anyone would recommend as an audiobook that you would listen to like multiple times. Is this
This one.
yours? Really? On audio? Why would you listen to that so many times?
Well, okay, so it's like horror vibes, obviously, it's a Carrie
Mhm.
retelling, but it is a full cast, and it was
Mm.
like well, I mean, pretty much full cast, like, each I should say, it has a huge cast. So there's from one person's perspective, like, from a few different people's perspectives, and there's
Mhm.
also, like, a news narrator, like, voice that will go and jump in there, and it was so cool, and when I was listening to it, like, my partner, he doesn't really
Look at
listen
this.
to he used to listen to a few audiobooks, but he listened to this one with me because I had it like, I wasn't listening to my headset because I was just like, I need to, like, I don't wanna have, headphones, and he was like, "Okay, well, I'll listen to this too." And he said that, like, afterwards, he was like, "I don't know what it was about this book, but listening to it on Audible, like, it felt like I was watching a movie." And I was
Oh
like,
my
"That's so
god.
cool."
Like,
And I mean
done, like, I'm buying it. I can't well, not buying it, I'm using my credit. Like, that's amazing.
I thought it was, like, it was just awesome. It was just awesome, and, like, of course, like, it is based on Carrie, so but
Yes.
it has a spin on it, which is unique and just very well executed, and the characters are so cool, and different, and some of them are horrible characters, personality-wise, but they're so compelling to listen to, and
That
I
is
think I don't know,
amazing.
there's not a book that Tiffany D. Jackson, like, has written where I'm not like, "You should read this."
Is
But
this
this
gonna be my first Tiffany D. Jackson? This might be my first.
have you, read Grown?
No. I've
One is
heard of all of them and they've been on, like, my TBR, but I haven't, and I just downloaded
Space
it, so
Smoke?
thank you, I'm excited.
Okay, and let me know what you think of it.
I think that's probably gonna be in November because I know the Literally Dead Book Club is, like, the not the book club, sorry, like, for her YouTube membership I'm a part of, and she's doing The Way to Blood with us in November, so I will probably be reading it then. So that will be amazing. So I was already gonna be reading it in November, and now you got me with the audiobook. I'm so excited. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm hyping it up, but
No, but
I thought it was an experience. Yeah.
I think Carrie is a story that you could do a lot with, like, even better than Stephen King did. Like, I that's why I'm excited to read it, especially from Tiffany D. Jackson's perspective from, like, knowing what her other books are about,
Yeah.
and, like, I just think that that is I'm excited to read it because I'm trying not to get, like I said, high expectations, but I'm just curious to see because Carrie is one that you could do a lot with. So that's
Oh,
gonna be
for sure.
exciting.
For
What's
sure.
The Door by the Staircase that Kristen's reading? I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, let's get that one up. The Door by the Staircase. Okay.
Clearly, we all love books. We haven't even started reading it. We're all just talking about books. It's so
I know.
exciting. We just love them.
It was a Hallmark movie and not a psychological thriller.
Oh,
Interesting. This is also kind of giving me like mystery kind of vibes.
I love the cat, of course.
Oh, is this the wrong one?
She said it's by Catherine Marsh. No, that's right. Look at the
Wait.
kitty.
Oh, it's called Verity, right? Am I glitching right now?
No, she said it reminds her of Verity.
Oh, I see. Okay, I get it.
But if it was a Hallmark movie, not a psychological thriller.
Interesting. Huh. Oh yeah, I like that. I like oh, if there's a cat on there too.
I know. If there's a cat, we're good. We're good.
There's a cat and like probably adding it to
Oh,
my
it was the
experience.
pumpkin and a patch that reminds her of Verity.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay.
Have you read Cackle? I just read it and it's very interesting. Let's see.
This is a book that every time I go to Barnes& and Noble, I pick it up and I wanna buy it, but for some reason I don't. I think it's because 'cause I've heard so many mixed reviews, and I'm very, like, particular about which ones I buy. Actually, there's a different cover for the hardcovers. That's really pretty, but I actually prefer the other one with it's, like, black and green, that one. I actually, for some reason, like that one better,
Hmm.
but you said it's very interesting. That sounds good. Like, I like interesting stories.
Ooh, there's like a spider on the
Yeah,
top, very close to like the like very
So
close
do
to
you
like the inner corner.
so do you recommend it? Because I can't I keep almost buying it, but I haven't yet. I think I might get it from the library.
And sorry about that, Kristen. Sometimes my brain glitches when I'm doing these chats because I get so excited about things and I don't read comments properly. But oh, this is I really like this one. I don't
Yeah,
know.
oh, that one's so much prettier, but for some reason, like, I'm a sucker for, like, teacups and then the lime green and purple is my Halloween colors. I love those colors for Halloween. So, I love that cover actually.
Yeah, I think both are really nice.
Yeah, I know it's another witchy book,
Mhm.
um, but I don't know. I'm very curious if it's or what it's like.
I also found that, like, I do really like witchiness. Like, I've read so many books, like, the last little while that have, like, witches as, like, a theme, but either I like it to be super cozy or I like it can be, like, dark, but when they
Right.
start to get into, like, I don't know, like, sacrifices and, like, that sort of thing, I'm just like, I don't know. We're not harming animals here, like, we're done. And
Yes.
that was the case, I think I'm gonna DNF it. It was Our Crooked Hearts or
Oh, really? The one with the, like, bunny door knocker on the cover?
yeah, it's just
Yes.
like, I don't
Yeah.
know. I think that it's written, like, well, but I think I'm gonna have to DNF it because there's just some, like,
That's fair.
content that, like, I'm not very comfortable with in it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
So far, I've yet to
Mm,
so
mm.
oh, that's a lie. I think I did figure it out. So, like okay, I'm curious yours too. There's, like, cozy, cute, witchy vibes, and then, as you said, there's the more, like, potentially darker, more serious witchy vibes, and
Uh-huh.
so far, my ultimate I'm so sorry, I have a cold. My nose is being weird. My ultimate cute witchy is the book I just told you about, The Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches.
Mhm.
So far, the only closest one I've found is the Bear and the Nightingale trilogy,
'Kay.
but I have Slewfoot, and I have hopes. If anybody's heard of Slewfoot, I've had hopes that this one will be, like, the ultimate dark witch book, so I'm hoping that that'll be it. What about you? Do you have a cute and then a more serious dark witchy book favorite?
Is it called how do I spell yours though? The Slew Witch or
Oh, Slewfoot.
SLEW?
Yep,
This
the
one?
first one. Yes. I have that one that I plan on reading next month, hopefully. That like I have hopes that this will be my ultimate dark one.
Mhm.
Um,
Mhm.
but I love the Bear and the Nightingale trilogy, but I don't know if I would call that witchy quite as much. It's more like Russian folklore. Um, and it doesn't feel as much like witchcraft. It feels more of like working with like nature spirits kind of almost.
Okay.
But this one, if you can even look at the cover, like it looks like peak witchy vibes.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. I mean, like, yeah, yes.
What about you? What are yours? Do you have any yet? Are you still on the hunt
I'm on
or
the hunt.
you're on the
Yeah.
hunt? None
I'm
for either category? You don't have any favorites?
oh, for cozy, let me
Mhm.
see. What did I just read? I'll have to get back to you. I think I'd have to check my Goodreads and kind of see.
Yeah.
But I don't have any off the top of my head. But I do have a bunch of like nonfiction like books too that I like to read that are
Mhm.
like about like the witch trials and that sort of thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't have
Oh,
any off
boy.
the top of my list. I think I need to do, like, a spreadsheet or something and, like, write down, like, all of the different, like, witchy stuff that, like, I've read and then kind of see it. Because in my mind, like, whenever I refer to what I love for witches, like, I'm
Mhm.
always like, I love Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Who
So I
doesn't?
think I like more like YA middle grade witchy like
Okay.
stuff. I don't know if I can take the leap to like some of the more intense like dark magic, but I did read Seance Tea Party. It's not
Oh,
really
I have that. I'm reading that this week.
so cute.
Okay,
I was
good.
amazed by like the illustrations.
It's so cute, and The Witch Boy was also so good. I liked The Witch Boy too, the graphic novel of it.
I talked about this one a lot, the Seance Tea
It's
Party.
so cute.
It is just
I
a
had to
cool.
break the spine though, cause like, the graphic novel is so dense, I had to crack the spine to even read any pages.
Oh. And you said what was it called? Witch Boy?
The Witch Boy. Yeah, that was
I've
such a
seen
good
this.
graphic novel. I really liked it a lot. I bought that one too. It's about so he in his community, the boys are shapeshifters and the girls are witches, but he doesn't want to shapeshift. He wants to do witchcraft and he's actually
I love
good at
that.
it. And yeah, so it's like that whole journey and it's amazing. And it sounds like Cackle was good too.
Yeah, let's look
The
at Cackle.
it
I
says
want to read The Witch Boy,
I would
but
recommend it. Good.
I saw it I think I saw it like oh no, I didn't actually see it. I saw one that had a cover similar to it
I can see that.
recently. And the Cackle,
Yeah.
yeah.
I like the comments, the references and everything. Yeah, that would be really good for this time of year. I'm gonna have to see if I can get that from Libby. There's just too many books to read and not enough time. I can't believe it's already almost Halloween.
So, what
Mhm.
book are you reading today?
Today. Okay, sorry, one second. I'm looking up if my library has Cackle. Oh my
Maybe your
gosh,
time
they
on
have a
this.
9-week hold, and then my other library card has a 20-week hold. Wow, rude.
I know, it's
Um,
so ridiculous.
I am reading today, The Hacienda by Isabel Cañas, and
Yes.
this is so exciting for me. I can't wait. The story behind this book is that Stephanie from Stephanie's Bookverse had messaged me, like, I think it was even months ago, and was like, "Hey, I think you'll like this book. I heard someone talk about it it sounds like you. And so I got it from the library and I read the first chapter and I returned it because I was like, I need to buy it and highlight this because this writing is beautiful. And it is, the only thing I know about it is that it's gothic, atmospheric, potentially paranormal, takes place during, I think, the Mexican Revolution. No, no, no.
Mexican
No, the aftermath
Revolution.
of the Mexican War of Independence.
Mhm.
Oh, here you go. You'll like this.
I
Mexican
know.
Gothic meets Rebecca.
I it's also on my I requested it from the library as well.
Mm, yep.
So,
You've got
see,
some good books coming. Wow.
I know, I have so many books coming, and then, like, recently, I just had, like, all of these books come in from the library at once, and there was
Oh
no
no.
way even after, like, renewing it, like, 2 times, like,
Mhm.
I couldn't read them all, so then what I did is I, like, put the books that, like, I got from the library, and I just, like, requested a bunch of them on my Kobo, but I'm probably just gonna get into the same issue again. They're all gonna come in around the same time, and I'm gonna have to
Yep.
try and figure out, but I love this one because, it says Mexican Gothic meets Rebecca, and, I hope that I would love it if that turns out to be the case, but I love reading, so many, like, Latinx, books.
Well, honestly, I feel like we had just read, you and I, The Daughter of Dr. Moreau,
Yeah.
and that also takes place around the Mexican, War of Independence, I believe, right? Like, wasn't that
Mhm.
the exact same thing that was happening? So, like, for me to read both of these, like, back-to-back months, it feels like I'm getting really immersed in this time period, so that's really cool.
But I think that this one, it might even I don't know, maybe I have high hopes that maybe I'll like it even better because
Oh, yeah.
I love the Daughter of Dr. Moreau, if I could say. I always I have this thing where I'm saying daughter and doctor, and I mix them up all the time. Um, but horror, gothic, mystery, thriller, that just sounds totally and
There's a
historical,
book
all of these.
series that you might or might not like. I have the first book and, I don't know if you'd be interested in reading it together or not. I don't know if you would hate it or love it.
Uh-huh.
It is called The Strange Case of the Alchemist's Daughter, and it's, like, about these, like, girls at a boarding school, and they're all like Dr. Moreau's daughter, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, like, these are all, like, characters, like, based off of, like, yeah, Mary Jekyll, Edward Hyde, like, and I'm so excited to read it, like, it looks like it's an amazing series, and, it's just really neat because you had just read that too, The Daughter of Dr. Moreau, and I know that that's a character in here too. But I can't wait because it looks like it's very much like Dr. Watson, It's very much, like, good for this time of year. And I've heard the audiobook is amazing because it does have different voices as well, but
Oh,
the
I
problem is I had to buy the book because they interrupt the story to talk. Like, it's really cute. Like, it's such a cool like, they interrupt the story to talk, but when you have it on audio, it'll be like, "Mary, this, like, this," and I was having a hard time keeping track of that. So I got it on physical, but the audiobook is really good too, I've heard. I
I
haven't
would
read it,
definitely
but
buddy
I
read.
think I haven't it's a 3-book series. The 2nd and 3rd book are pretty chunky, but it's so cute though. It's got, like, all these different characters, and it's, like, a mystery, and it's based off all these people, and, like, I don't know, I feel like it would be a mix of, like, cute vibes, but well, I have no idea. Maybe somebody's read this and they're like, "This is not cute at all." But it just seems, like, very interesting.
Yeah,
Um
I would definitely, like, look into having a buddy read with you for this one.
Yay. It would I wanna read it, like, in the fall or winter. I don't know if that'll fit in your schedule, but we could read the first one separately, and then if we like it, we could maybe do the rest or something.
I would do it for winter.
Yeah, it seems like it would be a really nice time.
Yeah, I would definitely do it for winter. Speaking of
Yay.
winter, the book
What
that
book are
I'm
you reading?
reading, it's called A Winter's Promise. and I really don't know who.
I DNF'd that years ago.
Oh, did you? I don't know very much about it, but, I have it here.
It's
Like,
isn't it a French translation, I think? I'm pretty
I
sure it's a
I don't
translation.
have the French version, I have the translated version.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was a translation.
This is
But
gonna
yeah.
be this,
That's interesting, you don't really read fantasy that much.
I do read fantasy though, which is weird, like, I actually do read fantasy.
What? Why don't I
Yeah,
ever think about that when I don't ever think of fantasy when I think of the books that you read.
but I
Interesting.
do, I totally
Yeah.
read them. Yeah,
Aw.
like I said, I just kind of want a good book. I don't
Yeah,
know.
exactly.
I tend to read more YA fantasy, like I don't
Oh, is
really
this
read
why
um, like high fantasy, anything that's, like yeah,
I think that's probably why I
not
DNF'd it, 'cause it is YA, and I don't really like YA, like,
it
at
it
all.
is weird.
I just but I think that, like I don't know what I think, but I'm so
If
curious
I
to hear
read
what you
YA
think.
fantasy, it's a little bit easier for me to keep track of everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I recently read, well, the one that jumps out to me like right now is I read Lore.
Hold on, my brain's going through trying to picture that one. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Lore, the Medusa cover.
Yeah, but I didn't really like it. So,
I've actually heard that a lot of people didn't end up enjoying it.
yeah, I felt that it just could have been.
Oh, are you frozen? I thought you were thinking really hard. Or am I frozen? Uh-oh. I don't know which one of us is frozen. I'm gonna wait here because I can't do anything. It's not my StreamYard. Hmm. Oh, there's 2 of you. Okay.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yeah. I thought you
Okay.
were just thinking really hard.
No, it kicked me out. Internet wasn't, my internet wasn't, like, connected or something. Like, I
Oh,
lost
man.
connection on my end, and then I had to re-enter, and I don't really know why, another screen popped up. I don't understand that, but let me.
It cut out when you were talking about what you would have changed about lore.
Oh, yeah.
And then you were talking about A Winter's Promise and, like, if you've started it, what your thoughts are.
Yeah, so basically, the thing with lore is that I just think that, um, I just don't think that it, like, really worked. Like, I don't think the execution really worked for me very well. Um, what did I say? Yeah, to me, it was cool that I learned about Medusa, Perseus, and Athena,
Mm.
but they're just like there was very little world building. Like there wasn't enough Greek mythology in it for me. Like it was, I don't know. It just wasn't really my thing. But I did give it like 3 stars,
Mhm.
um, which is actually a pretty high reading.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think I liked parts of it. I liked gaining some knowledge of like Medusa's story because like I didn't know how Medusa was connected to Perseus. And it's not that you wouldn't know it if you had read about Greek mythology. It's just like I didn't know.
Mhm.
So I thought it was valuable in that sense. But it was just so much action, just like one thing after another, after another, after another, and it just kind of felt ridiculous at that point that there wouldn't be any kind of like calm before the storm. Um, but
How are you
yeah,
feeling about your current read?
I haven't started it.
Oh, you haven't? Hey, we're both starting a book today.
Wait, which one are you starting again?
The
Sorry, your brain
Hacienda.
is the Hacienda, right?
I don't know if you pronounce the H in this. 'Cause, like, it could be Hacienda? I don't know how I should say that accent.
I don't know. Spanish and
Me
Portuguese are similar, but pronunciation is different.
Let me okay, I'm gonna mute myself and listen to the pronunciation really quickly.
Okay.
You can talk, go for it.
I think I'm just gonna get our timer up. What do you want for our first sprint?
I don't mind anything. You could do 30, 45.
Okay.
I'm here all day. I'm just chilling and reading. It's finally raining outside and
You said finally?
it's finally raining. We've had forest fires nonstop, and we've had to, like, not I work in, a kindergarten, and, like, we had to not let them go outside to recess because it's too smoky, and we've needed rain for so long, and finally yesterday and today it's been raining. It's not right now, but it has been, so that's really good. So I'm just inside all cozy, so for the record, Google, when it pronounces it, it does say the H, and so I guess I'll say the
I'm pretty
hacienda.
sure that's how I've heard it,
Yeah,
but
me
I
too.
don't speak don't speak Spanish. I just understand it.
Mhm. That's amazing, though.
Okay, let's make this. Okay.
Get all curled up and cozy.
Yeah, Olivia's on my lap, but I don't think you can see her, and I don't want to
Oh,
disturb her, but
my fake cat is on my lap.
that's all that matters.
My cats don't do that, but Olivia, oh.
We're waiting everyone for our first sprint. That was very chatty. I hope that I hope that you are looking forward to the first sprint. So I'm gonna kind of be going between that and like doing some reviews. So that's basically what I'm gonna be doing.
I'm probably gonna be snacking. Do you know what Costco is?
Yeah, we have Costco here.
You do have Costco. So I made the mistake of buying a giant thing of Rice Krispie treats from Costco, and now I can't stop eating them. So all I'm eating right now is Rice Krispie treats.
Oh, I love it. I love Rice Krispie treats.
They're so good.
I think I can make a version of them.
I was gonna say, I bet you can, because they do have like vegan marshmallows. I think I've seen in some places.
I know, and I saw some pumpkin vegan marshmallows um, at the
Pumpkin? Oh
yeah
man.
at this one place.
I
Yeah,
know.
she's pretty cuddly. She's been very cuddly the last couple days.
Definitely.
Yeah. And then at nighttime she just gets really excited and plays for a little bit, which is kind of new in the last like few months.
Oh.
All right, everyone. So we're going to start with our first sprint. So make sure you have your books ready, or if you're doing something for productivity, or if you're doing laundry or whatever, we are going to start our first sprint in 3, 2, 1. Okay, happy reading. How'd it go?
I got distracted because I'm trying to figure out more about the Mexican War of Independence because I don't know anything about it.
Oh.
And I don't think it's the same as the one from The Daughter of Dr. Moreau. Because this is about the entire independence of Mexico, and then that one was focused like more on revolution.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because I thought it was similar, but no, it's definitely not. But man, reading about military history stuff is so confusing. How about you? How's it going?
Good. I didn't get very far because I had to grab an apple. And Olivia, she kind of does this thing where like when I'm sitting down, she basically will be like on the floor kind of after she like jumps off or whatever, and I come back and I sit in my chair. She'll like be on the ground and just kind of dance around and say, "Meow." Like she's like, "I'm up," and then so I say to her, "Up, come on," and then she meows again and she's like, and then I like kind of like pull out my arms, like, do you want to come up? And then she's just kind of like looks at me and she's like, no. And then she goes around and she's like, pick me up. It's just so funny. Like she loves to do that little like dance. And then finally, once I start to just be like, okay, well, I guess you're not coming up, then she like comes up. So she's here now. Thank you.
Aw, hi, Olivia. Oh.
Yeah, she's super, super cuddly. But yeah, I'm just at the point where the book has started, and Ophelia like is just chatting about like I guess her great uncle is trying to encourage her to get married or something.
Mm.
Yeah, so that old tale. I read 2 chapters of A Pumpkin and a Patch and went outside with my dog Piper to throw the frisbee to get some of her energy out. Good idea.
Mm.
It's I don't know. What is the weather like where you are, Angela?
Um, oh, I don't know how to convert. 52 degrees and slightly drizzling.
Okay, let's
Let's
see.
see. 52, 11 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, it's like kind of chilly.
Yeah, it's pretty cold. My feet are really cold. I'm under a blanket. But um, what's yours?
Um, I'm I'm gonna do the conversion. So it's 37 here, Fahrenheit.
So it's warm. No?
No, so it's 3 degrees here. So 37 degrees
Oh,
Fahrenheit.
oh, I thought you meant 37 degrees Celsius. I was like, isn't that warm?
Sorry, I converted it to you for yours.
Oh,
Yes,
wow.
37 Fahrenheit and 3 degrees Celsius here in Canada.
Oh, have you had snow yet?
No,
Not quite.
it actually was so like warm, like the last couple of weeks, and then it just kind of turned abruptly.
Mm.
Like we had a very warm summer and very warm like beginning of autumn for us. And yeah, now it's getting a little chillier.
Hmm.
Um, but I don't want it to be.
Yeah, we keep having it's driving me insane. So for the past month, at oh man, I don't know these conversions. I feel so silly. At night, it would be like probably around, 5 to 10 degrees Celsius and in the morning. And then the afternoon here, it would be like 70 something degrees, which is like obviously way warmer. So it would be really cold at night and then really warm in the like afternoon, evening. And it's just so frustrating because you don't know what clothes to wear. You just have to
Yeah,
like wear a t-shirt with jackets and stuff so that you can take the jacket off, but then you're sweating in the afternoon, but you're freezing in the morning. So It's been really frustrating. I'm like, can it just stay cold, please?
Yeah, it's difficult to know exactly, like, what to wear, like, every single day.
I know.
Yeah,
Oh my
but
god. My ear congestion. Ugh, it's killing me. You know when, like, your whole head feels congested and your ears feel like you're underwater?
yeah, yeah. I felt like, last Friday and Saturday and Sunday and Monday, like,
No.
so basically, I've just been okay since, like, maybe Monday, but yeah, it's been
Yay,
been
finally. Good job. You made it through.
yeah, and, my ears, they burn a little bit.
Ooh.
Yeah, they were burning a little bit, and that kind of just, like, ugh, feeling, you know?
So
Soup
this
is nice.
has huh?
Do you have any way to hook you up with some soup?
Yeah, I have soup I have to heat up anytime sometime soon. Yeah.
Yeah, soup is good.
I don't know, I'm not oh, no. I'm not a soup fan that much because I want more substance to my soups, you know, like,
Mm,
I have, hypoglycemia, so, like, I have low blood sugar a lot, and it's really odd. I don't know if it's the hypoglycemia or just me, but when I have things that are more like liquid, like just a smoothie or something, even if there's protein powder in it, anything, it still is not filling to me, and my stomach is just growling. Like, I like substantial foods, I guess, and so
mm,
soup is really rough for me because unless it's like a thick, like, stew or chili, like, it just doesn't I just feel like I'm drinking liquid, you know? So that's just
yeah.
I don't know. I have a hard time with a lot of soups because it just doesn't give me full I was gonna say this book so far is giving me, like I can see Rebecca too, but actually, I would say, like, oh, you didn't watch that movie. I was gonna say, Crimson Peak,
Okay.
the movie that the death of Jane Lawrence was based off of, basically,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
inspired by or whatever. Yeah, it's really interesting because, well, I'm only 18 pages in. I don't know. I guess I don't want to say anything that would surprise anybody, but I don't know, it's just that vibe of, like, someone gets married and then they go to this place that's supposed to be some grand place, and then they're, like, surprised by some things, and they're like, "Oh gosh, did I
Mhm.
what am I actually in for here?" And I'm like, "Ooh, that's gonna be fun."
One of those ones.
Yeah, I'm very curious. And then, yeah, they're doing already, like, a good backstory about the war, and I'm like, I don't know enough about this, so I had to pause and read a bit more about it online.
I remember the daughter of Dr. See, I always screw. The the daughter of Dr. Moreau, like, I had to, like, research lots of stuff. But
She has
I
good
like that.
information in the back.
I like that a little bit
Yeah,
because it's like,
definitely.
when else would you learn about it? You know? I think it's, like, important to learn.
Agreed. And also about, like, how do you say it? Where is it? I've already highlighted so much. This is so good. Magway? Magway? Like like agave and the stuff and what they make out of it, like an alcohol as well, and just
Mhm.
like what they're doing at the hacienda with the harvesting of them and everything. I don't know. There's a lot of good knowledge to learn, but it's very ominous. There's a lot of like I keep highlighting things that make me go like, ooh, this is foreboding. It's like not a good sign. You're like, oh, it's like that feeling of kind of like looking over your shoulder where you know something weird is gonna happen, but you don't know what's gonna happen yet. There keeps being like little things like that where you're like, oh, that doesn't feel like that's gonna be good.
Cool.
How about you? Is it interesting?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. Usually it takes me, like, a decent chunk before, like, I can really like put my brain around it. Because it's only just been like a little bit. And how about everyone in the chat? So Kristen, she read the 2 chapters. Let us know. Yeah, I think that this will be okay. I think it'll be good. I'm doing this as a buddy read.
What made you choose this book?
I forget what exactly. I think we wanted to have some kind of like darker like vibes a little bit, but I
This
can't
is a
really remember.
series.
Yeah, like something mysterious, but something that isn't like too
Oh, sorry,
much.
I said series. It's a series.
Oh, it's a series.
Yeah. Or a duology, I don't know, but I know there's more.
Yeah, it says number 1. This is like the number 1. I don't know. I like the cover too. Like it's a cool cover. It has like a winding like downwards. Kind of gave me like Dante like vibes, but
Isn't that well, I don't know how far you are in, but isn't that like the place that they live on the cover?
what do you mean?
Like
Oh,
isn't that where they live
is it?
on the cover? I'm pretty sure.
Like Dante, like Inferno?
No, 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 the characters in the book. Like,
Sorry.
can you tell what that is on the cover? It's like I think that's where they live, in the kingdom that they live in or whatever.
Um,
Yeah, that's like you can see the castle on top.
yeah, you see a castle on top and then it winds downwards.
Yeah, yeah. It's like I guess their like place or whatever where they live.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I didn't really look at the description very much, so I don't really know too much about like what it's about.
Well, I'm sorry. You got it right when you said she's just trying to be forced to be married.
Yeah, that's what it
Yeah.
sounds like from like the first part of it anyway. Which
That
is
is
like,
such a theme. Oh my gosh. Okay, so that and then the other huge theme, which is obviously historically accurate, women are forced to marry and whatnot. But the other thing that I keep running into in books that I'm getting so sick of is the moms are always dead. Like, in
yeah,
every book I've read lately, it's like the main character is dealing with the death of their mom, and I'm like, "Yes,
ah,
like, that's a very important thing to talk about, losing a parent and grief and stuff," but it's always the mother, and it seems like it's the plot in so many books now that I'm like I actually have a couple books that I'm not gonna read right now because that is also in the plot, and I'm like, "I'm tired of reading that."
that's so crazy that that's been happening.
Like
Oh
Disney too, and Disney, they always kill off the parents and stuff, it's just such a big trope, is like, "Let's have the mom die," and that's the plot.
You know what's funny is that I didn't even realize this until like I looked at my Book Sirens like reader page, like reviewer page, and it kind of breaks down like all your statistics.
Oh,
Um, I can show you what it's kind of like.
that's so
It's like very useful, even if you don't get like review copies from them. It's like kind of useful to see like what your statistics are, and they're
mhm.
just a little bit like more intricate than, say, for instance, the story graph, and it just shows you a bunch of different trends. So I'm gonna do the presentation kind of part. Stop that one. Let me see. Okay. So like this is the like reviewer page or whatever. And so there's like cat hair on my mouth.
Oh my gosh, or when you get one on your nose and you just can't find it.
Right? So yeah, it just says like, how many books you've read, how whatever, like your statistics.
How do you import that from Goodreads or something?
Yeah, you do. And like it talks about like all your different like genres. And see, fantasy is like way up there. I don't understand.
Wow.
Hmm
Like,
Fantasy.
why can't I think of any fantasy that you liked? What are some of your favorites?
Um, there's a ton. But I can't really.
Like, if I said top couple fantasy, what would pop into your head?
I'd have to see like.
You don't remember any of them?
I know. I'm just trying to think of like why I'm not very good when I have to think of things.
Sorry, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I
Maybe.
just like what books are you passionate about, you know? Like,
I mean, I really liked the Song of Achilles that we read.
is that fantasy? I guess it is, huh?
Yeah, a lot of things get grouped into fantasy because like what else is it, right?
Oh,
It's like
maybe that's what it is.
it's like what are you gonna call it? You can like, but it's not contemporary.
Well, I would
So
almost wanna say historical fiction, but, like, it's
it's
magical.
no,
So, yeah,
it's
like,
mythology, right? So it gets grouped
myths.
into fantasy. So there's a whole bunch of those that get in there, like Cersei's in there. Um,
Oh, I guess that's why, because the ones that you read aren't, like, high fantasy as much.
you're more of like a fantasy reader. I'm like a fantasy reader. You know what I mean?
That's cute.
Like
No, no, I'm not. I don't read fantasy as much as I read other things at this point. Like, the person who's a fantasy reader is Stephanie.
for sure,
She's
for
a
sure.
fantasy reader.
But like I just do it like kind of like light. I don't know, and
Yeah,
then
that makes sense. I know what you mean now. Yeah.
yeah, and then I also too read a lot of like middle grades and
Mm.
that sort of stuff too. Like I read Wild Sea Witch, and that is definitely like a fantasy. Um, and then romance is way up there too, and I don't understand that either.
Wow.
But I think again, I don't read like romance. I read books that also have romance, so they're like kind of
Yeah,
categorized as contemporary romance, even though it's not like the main kind of part.
right.
You know what I mean?
What is
And
this called? Now I'm curious about mine.
yeah, this is called Book Sirens. And yeah, and then it says secondary genres, like speculative fiction is a genre, kind of like The Handmaid's Tale and like dystopians and stuff.
Oh, okay.
So I read a bunch of those too.
Wait, I'm
And
confused. What is this website?
it's Book Sirens. It's a reviewer
No,
group.
I mean, I'm on it, but oh, it's review based?
Yeah, like you import your Goodreads data, but it's basically it creates this profile for you, like to kind of let you know like what reviewers should know about you before sending their books.
Oh, I don't want books. So I shouldn't
You
do this. I just want my stats like yours. Your stats are so cool.
you can say that you're not accepting, I think. I'm pretty sure you can say like not accepting arcs or to review or whatever, but you can have this generated still.
Huh. 'Cause as you see, I don't write reviews. I don't I'll put like one sentence or something, but most of the time I just do the star rating. I wonder if Goodreads has like a I don't know. Goodreads is terrible. It doesn't really have any
Goodreads doesn't
statistics.
have any like it's and the story graph does have quite a few stats, but like I feel like this is pretty detailed.
Yeah, that's what I want to see. Okay, so if I created it, enter
Yeah.
your email, and I don't need to actually like write reviews.
I don't think so. Like I'm pretty sure you can say that you're like closed off to reviews, but it takes you a long time to get this generated, like a couple of days. And it,
Oh, well, never mind. I wanted it immediately, of course.
but what I wanted to show you is that it says here topics, themes, and characters. Like, what is this? Like, or
Orphans.
and like I had never thought about that before, but I think like you're saying, like there's a lot of there's like a lot of books that have like orphan characters.
Yes.
There
I
really
don't
are.
understand. Why do the parents always have to die? Especially the moms. It's, like, typically the moms.
I know. Well, I can't really say very much to that, but I'm pretty sure Great Expectations, like that's also I'm pretty sure Pip is an orphan if I'm remembering right. Um, but then I read a
Yeah.
lot of YA and children's, mostly because I review a lot of them, and a
Mhm.
lot of them have like no parents.
I mean, in the Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches, same
Mhm.
thing. Um, honestly, Babel okay, so I don't know if you're interested in reading that book or not, but if you're interested in Babel by R.F. Kuang, I think that you will find it interesting if you think about it as a Charles Dickens' Great Expectations, like, person coming of age book.
Mhm.
Because even at the end, R.F. Kuang writes in her notes that she read because it's set in the Victorian era, and
Yeah,
she wrote that she read a lot of Dickens, and she's like, "For better or worse, I was trying to get that, like, vibe." And it really does, like, I was not expecting that to be the vibe of it, where it is, like, you follow a character,
yeah.
but and I say that because there are a lot of orphans in that too. There's orphans in, like, every book, I feel like.
I know I'm like Ghost Cloud as well, Orphan. Well, actually, I think it might just be one parent
Oh,
who's
okay.
who I think is the mom.
It's always the mom. What did I just okay, let me look at what I read recently, and I'm gonna tell you every single one. It was, like, back to back to back to back, and I'm like, "Why? This isn't interesting anymore." Oh, and then I have a couple of middle grades that's the same thing. Like what's it called? Small Spaces? That
Mhm,
series, mom's gone. Um, there's this other book that I am really interested in called is it called Eden's Everdark, I think? It's a middle grade,
mhm.
and I don't know if it's just the mom, but it's the same thing, losing their parents, and I'm just like, "Why, guys? Like, come on." Oh, yeah, it's Sheets, the graphic novel Sheets.
Okay.
I was like, everything, like, I just read so many things lately that I'm like, "Okay," like
Oh my gosh, I think The Witches of Brooklyn. I think that's what it's called, that I just read. Same thing.
man, oh, man. I just it's just funny. Once you notice it now, I'm like, mm-mm.
It's just always there. Sometimes it works, like in the book.
Okay, I'm setting up my book sirens. I have to choose? Okay, Goodreads. So how did you find out about this?
Just it's like basically like on the reviewer blogs, a lot of people have a Book Sirens profile,
Oh.
and so like it basically generates like a little widget. You can display it on your sidebar.
Oh,
So I always saw that, and I was like, hey, I want to know like what are my trends? Like what do I read a lot of? And I thought that was kind of cool.
that's awesome.
And it even shows you like your all-time stats, last 6 months, last 3 months, or last month.
Well, it says we are processing your Goodreads reviews. Check back soon. So I will, as you said, have to wait a few days. But yeah, I just like seeing stats.
Me
'Cause
too.
I don't have the patience to do it myself.
Me too. It's I always get very ambitious, make spreadsheets, start putting it on there, and then at the very end of the year I'm like, "Okay, well, I guess I gotta like go back and do all of these, and then I spend like a week putting in all my data because I still want to see it, you know? Like, and
Mhm.
even though, like, I think Book Sirens is great for statistics for reading, I still think that it doesn't, like, nothing really tells me the type of um, information necessarily that like I really want to know. Like I do like so for like diversity, right? Like I want to know, okay, well, of the different criteria of like BIPOC, like
Yeah.
representation, how many am I reading for each one of the different like either letters or abbreviations, right? Like how many of each am I getting to, and then what about like other areas of diversity, like am I reading across various genres, like so it doesn't necessarily tell me everything that I want to know.
Well, I started trying to do that myself, but that's like a whole job. That takes so much time that I was like, I can't figure all of that out every time, you know?
I know exactly what you mean,
And
so I
sometimes
just
you can't find that information either because it's not the author's responsibility to let everyone know all of their identities and stuff. So,
yeah, like I have two different types. I have like what is being represented in the book, and then like you know, like what representation like the like author has,
mhm.
right? Because sometimes like because that can be like different or not or whatever, especially in like middle grade books as well. So yeah, I don't know. It never really tells me like all the things that I want to know.
Now I'm on Storygraph trying to figure out what these stats are. Visit the
Do you have an account at the Storygraph?
I I do, but it's been so long since I've used it, so I'm trying to actually read because I use Goodreads just personally. Like, I wish no one would follow me on Goodreads because, like, I just use it for my own tracking, and so,
Yeah,
like, I don't know, I'm like, I sometimes I don't want people to see this because I'm just like, this is just for my own brain because it's just easier." But, um and I don't like Goodreads, it's terrible formatting, but, like, that's just all that I have, but Storygraph, I have to re-import everything because 'cause it's been so long. Visit the import/export page on Goodreads. I don't know where that page is. Hmm. I'm probably gonna have to do this some other time because I don't know how to do this. Anyway, I
I
added
like that there are some things in here that I like some of the stats in there quite a bit, but
on which one?
on the story graph. So I feel like I
Hmm.
have to do it across like multiple different platforms to kind of know.
Yeah, you're using multiple.
Um, Kristen says Juniper Berry has the same missing parent trope. I recently realized that I like strong duo, trio, friend groups in books, especially in middle grade books, rather than a single character story. Yeah, I like to have a bunch of different characters too, and like friendships. That's always like really nice to have in books. Um, I also too, I do also like women's fiction where like there are where it actually like shows like female friendships because I feel like a lot of books don't really accurately like showcase like women friendships. Like there's always like a romance and like splitting, and I don't necessarily always want to read that. Like what's it called? Um Pretty Little Lies. Like or no, that's not what it is.
What is
Big
it?
Little Lies. Big Little Lies.
Oh.
That was just like showcasing like a like female friendships.
Oh, nice. I have to read that one still.
And, like, I just like that because, like, the whole story wasn't about just, like, a romance, which it can kinda get a little bit, like, after a while. Like, sometimes you just want to see, like sometimes too, I just want to see, like, a single character and not have it about romance, but that's so rare that that happens. There's
It is.
always romance in books, and sometimes I just don't want them. I just don't want there to be.
And if you're ever going to read Dark Academia, don't get too attached to the friend groups because that's the whole point. Something always happens.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Totally, totally. There's always some crazy stuff happening there.
Yep.
Alright, so are you ready to do another sprint?
Yes, I am trying to get my story wrapped up, so I might be doing that at the beginning.
Okay. I'm gonna get the timer set up. Oh, okay. Small town, big magic. Okay, magic. Okay, I'm gonna put that on there. Ooh, it's got a nice cover too. All right, let me get that timer up. Thanks for the recommendation, Kristen. Okay, so let's start this one if you're ready. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, happy reading. How'd it go? I saw you highlighting.
Yeah, I highlight a lot. I don't know. I don't know why. I just feel like sometimes I'm reading something and I'm like, I want to remember this. I want to be able to look back and find it easily.
I do that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do it quite a bit too. It's nice to do. Do you just
Just
have
feels
kind
like
of
you're interacting with the words too.
yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Mhm. And I always pick different colors for like the vibe of the book or the cover of the book.
Yeah, you have like a pink one, right?
Yeah, it's like a reddish pink-ish,
Mhm.
which I think works because the cover has that in the background. Let me find it. I
Cool.
have like a one page that's like mostly highlights. Let me find it. Oh yeah, here it is. Straight up. Uh,
Ah, I see.
how's yours going?
Good. Yeah, again, I'm not very far in it, but I'm liking it. Kinda liking the
Yeah.
conversation between her and her, like, great uncle and trying to figure out, like, a little bit more about what's gonna happen.
Mhm. Nice. Okay, so
Yeah.
I got an email that my Storygraph downloaded my Goodreads now.
Oh,
Except I don't think it's accurate completely because the numbers don't match. But for the most part, I would say the biggest stat I can take away from it is that this year the fantasy got kicked to third place. And I would say, well, children's is in first, but that's just because that's my job. I have a shelf on my Goodreads that I keep track of all the children's books, like picture books that I've read.
yeah.
But as far as like reading for fun, the number one stat for this year has been horror. Oh my gosh, I've read like 20.
I think you have read so much horror.
I don't know. It's happening, I guess. I don't know.
I do find that, like, with the story or sorry, with book sirens, it was like, it didn't look accurate at first when I first saw it. It's almost like it took, like, a little bit longer for it to actually, like, have numbers match up properly.
Mm.
Because I think at first it said I did, like, 200 reviews or something, and I'm like, "No, there's, like, it's there I've done more, like, there's been a lot more." And, like, it wasn't, like, matching and stuff.
Mhm. That one hasn't come through for me yet. That said, it'll take like 1 to 2 days. Because I saw that Goodreads has a reading stats, and I got really excited, but then it was just how many books you've read each year. So I was like, "Okay,
Or
well,
how
that's
many
not."
pages too.
Yeah, or pages or books over time or page over time, and I'm like, I don't want that. I want, like, what Sarah has, like, all of your details in that one. That was really cool.
The ones that I do for my wrap ups on Instagram, that data is from the story graph. Just like the fast paced, slow paced, um, like like how much fiction to nonfiction I've read. Like they're kind of like pretty simple.
Oh, you can do it by month too.
Yeah, you
Interesting.
can do it by month.
It looks like my average rating just, like, overall of, like, my whole life is I usually tend to give a lot of, like, 4 stars. That's pretty good.
It is
2 more chapters. Yay.
nice. Yeah, we'll have another sprint for sure. Are you able to, Angela?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I just made an 8 lunch, so I'm good to go. I've got some espresso. I've got a protein bar, had lunch. I'm ready. Whatever you guys need, I'm here.
Nice. Olivia, wanna
No, this is actually a buddy read. Do you know, remember Bridget?
yeah,
Bridge M Books? I went to her channel lately and all of her videos are gone. I gotta ask her, like, did you delete all of your videos? What happened?
yeah,
But we're buddy reading this together.
that's
Hacienda.
great.
Yeah, it was so funny because we were gonna buddy read Bunny by Mona Awad. I've already read it, but I'm dying to reread it. And it made me laugh so hard because she was like, "Okay, I'll let you know when I get it in from my library, and then you can start." And I was like, "Okay, perfect." So we live like a couple of hours away from each other. So the other weekend she was in my area, so she just stopped on over and stuff. And she was like, "Yeah, so I already read it." She was
Oh,
like,
that's
"I
right.
read the whole thing." I was like, "Oh my God, you read the whole thing." So I'm like, I feel like that's the effect that money has on people. You like can't put it down and you're like in your own world with it. You're just like, what is happening? You haven't read it, I don't think, right? I don't know how you'd feel about it because
I don't know.
I don't know. There are animals in it, but I don't remember if there's violence or anything. I don't recall that being a thing because I don't enjoy that either. Um, it's just weird. It's just so weird, but it's so good. I love that book so much because it's just so interesting. But yeah, so we didn't get to do bunny, so then we're both wanting to read the Hacienda, so we're reading this together. So this is what I'm going to be doing all day regardless because I need to catch up because I think she's ahead of me.
I know I'm trying to get to 25% of my book.
Is that where you both are getting to
Yeah,
or
that's
pausing
what
it?
the landmark is. And then so like we're gonna have a chat at 25, 50, 75, and 100%.
That's so smart. I didn't even think about doing stuff like that for buddy reads.
I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't work. Like if the person's like really into it or whatever,
Mm,
then it's really hard. Like I did Ace of Spades like as a buddy read on my Instagram
yeah.
page. And I was like to everyone, hey, like let's check in 25, 50, 75, 100%. And so I was reading it and I was just like, okay, I'm at 25% now. And everyone's like, we're like nearly done. I couldn't
I
put the
can
book
see
down.
that with Ace of Spades. That one
Like, I
was
couldn't put it down, and I was just like, "I don't know." Like, I don't I wasn't I was expecting it to be, like, obviously, like, a really good book, but,
yeah.
like, that plan just totally went out the window.
Yeah. What did
And
you
I
think
was
of
like,
it?
"Keep going."
What'd you think of it? I
Ace of
read it too. Yeah.
Oh, it was great.
Wasn't it? That was
Yeah, it was so
really
good.
yeah.
Everyone agreed in the group.
That's good. I've heard some people didn't like it. Okay, somebody told me they didn't like it because it was too slow paced.
What?
I was like, I don't remember it being slow paced at all, but okay. That's the weirdest thing to me, how different we all are with books. Like that's why it's so interesting to have reviewers because then you can find people that you tend to agree with and you can get recommendations from that
Yeah,
because like with Babel, I personally thought that there needed to be more character work with the other main characters, like not Robin Swift, the main character. She dedicated a lot of time to him, but the friend group, right? Like the Dark Academia study group, friend group people. I was like, we got barely any information about them, so like I didn't feel connected to them at all. And then I just watched a review earlier today, and they were like, I thought that the character growth and arcs in depth was phenomenal. And I was like, isn't this the weirdest thing how like we can have such different opinions? Like Ace of Spades, I thought was incredibly fast paced. I thought it was too slow paced, somebody else said. I was like, it's so interesting to me how very, very different we all take like thoughts on books.
yeah, totally. Totally. That's crazy. Like, pacing is something where you would think that people would have the same kind of reaction to,
I would think.
but I guess sometimes, like, it depends, like, I don't know, but I would think that it would be but reading is so subjective anyway, like,
Yeah.
it's, like, totally not, like, what I'm used to, like like, it's hard for me to, like, quantify things because everything is, like, what can you say that's, like, objective? Like,
You can't say anything objective. That's the point. We're all
this is a
he
400-page book.
yeah, that's about it. That's about as far as you can go objective because that's the point.
Yeah,
Even
exactly.
the fact that, like, I feel like you could say Ace of Spades is fast paced. No, apparently that's objective too, or
Mhm.
subjective. Yeah, like there's nothing you can say, and that's that actually brings it back to what I was saying earlier about the star ratings. I had
Yeah,
to like I had to decide, like, am I gonna try to be objective with these ratings, or am I gonna talk about my enjoyment? And I ultimately had to decide, like, I have to go by my enjoyment because I'm the reviewer.
yeah.
And, like, that wouldn't make sense if I'm trying to be, like, you can't, because you're always gonna have your own perceptions and thoughts. So I'm like, well, I just have to rate by my own personal enjoyment.
I think that's good to do. Like I do for ratings, I put like um I'm pretty sure like a 1 star is like it's so bad like I it was just like unreadable to me. Like it was like there's like a problem here. There's a glaring problem and it's
There's a
on like
problem.
it is like throughout it to me and I just can't with this book. Or I'm like
What's
offended by
2?
it. Like
Yeah, definitely.
and I'm like, "This book is garbage, and I can't possibly think of recommending it."
I wonder what our last 1 stars were. I can't even
Oh.
remember. What was yours?
Oh, I don't know. Um, I'll look and see. I guess the story called
I feel bad. Maybe we shouldn't highlight 1-star reviews,
I
but
know.
I'm just curious because I cannot remember giving 1 stars very much.
Um, yeah.
I tend to not rate books. Like you said, unless it's, like, offensive, and then I'm like, "No, absolutely not."
Yeah. I'm not even sure if I wanna, like, say what the book is, but I gave some 2 stars
2,
fairly
yeah.
recently.
Same.
Those were, like, incredibly disappointing books. I'm going pretty far to see a 1 star.
Oh, I have some spicy 1-star takes. I didn't remember this. Oh, wow.
Oh?
These are popular books.
What, like
Oh, man. Um,
oh, I remember one. Yeah.
which one are you thinking of? I don't care if you
Uh,
say it.
it was probably one of the it's called Adultolescence by Gabby Hanna. It's a poetry book.
Oh, I've heard bad things about that. Yeah.
That one, like, literally, it was all I wrote was sigh.
Sigh.
Like, that was nah. That's a huge nah for me.
I gave The Maidens 1 star at the end.
Oh, did you?
Which is wild because I thought that was gonna be the cover is stunning, first of all, but the idea, second of all, and then I really liked The Silent Patient, so I was so like, it made no sense to me. Like, to me, The Maidens was just hot garbage. I could not to me, like, so many people thought it was great and had a great time with it, but I just expected so much more.
I don't
No,
think
here's
anyone in our book club liked it.
no. No, here's the one. So I have another one that, like, I gave
Mhm.
1 star, but I did a whole video about it, like, giving specific examples of, like, the transphobia,
Yeah.
racism, like, I gave specific examples, and then it cracked me up because somebody left a comment being like, all this blabbering and no evidence to back it up, and I'm like, I literally gave the evidence in the video explaining reading the sentences. Like,
So
what do you mean no
did you listen
evidence?
to anything? Like,
I
I
was like,
think
"Okay, whatever." No, I don't know.
yeah, sometimes these comments that people write are just like, what even is this?"
I don't I don't really care. Yeah. No, I would say the most controversial opinion that I have, and I honestly am constantly at a loss because so many booktubers love this book, and I'm just sitting
Um,
here like, I don't even know what I read. The Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires by Grady Hendrix.
okay.
I loathe that book. I loathe it. Like, I
Really?
maybe I need to force myself to reread it and try to understand what they're all seeing, but, like, it is a man writing it, and it's branded as, like, feminism and standing up for, like, oh, man, I just honestly thought that some of the setups were the worst situations with the women. Like, I'm like, I mean, okay, as I said, maybe I need to try to read it more objectively. And like, maybe that was the point, all the bad stuff that would happen to them or whatever. And then, like, with also with racism, like, they were trying to like make the commentary about like how this isn't spoilers, it's just like on the back of the book about how like the Black communities tend to be completely overlooked, and then it only becomes an issue when it happens to the white communities. And I'm like, yes, that's true. But then it like did the whole white savior thing, and then it like
Mhm.
had a completely disgustingly graphic thing that happened at the end for literally no reason at all. Like, it didn't do anything to the plot. It was just more harm and trauma on women. And like, to me, like, I felt so disgust, and I know it's a horror. Like, I read a lot of horror. You're supposed to feel disgusting sometimes, but the fact that it's supposed to be like some empowering, like, women housewives are trying to take down this vampire thing, and it just like, I just felt like against women, against like the Black community there, like against everyone. And I have only heard one other person, and that was Bree from Locked Booktition. She talked about the same thing, how disgusting and mad it made her, but then she didn't like elaborate on it. And I was like, no, please, I need to be validated. You're the only person who feels the same way as me. But man, everyone loves that book, and I am just so confused. But I don't think I care to force myself to reread it. But like,
Yeah.
I loathe it, and I constantly see it on people's like, I can't wait to read this. Oh, and I'm like, do you ever have those times where you're like, did I just read a different book than everybody else?
It happens a lot when I review books.
Okay, what is some of the biggest ones for you that you're like, I swear I read a different book?
Well, okay. One of the books that I read that I was just like, man, um I don't even know if I want to say because I
Okay, you don't have to. I'm just curious.
uh it it's basically a book that was supposed to be like the love hypothesis,
Okay,
but
and
it
it
was
wasn't.
just so not okay to me. And it's just strange because there were reviews from people that like said the same kind of things that I did, but then there
Mhm.
was like a whole group of other people that were just like, this is so cute and everything. And I'm just like, there's just like these very warped power dynamics, and
Mm,
it's just I don't like this. Like, I don't think that that's okay in a romance, especially when it
yeah.
starts off like I'm like, I don't like this. Like, I don't know.
I think maybe some people do like that. Maybe that's like the thing that like
I
turns
know.
them on, however you wanna phrase it, like, gets them going. They like that power thing.
And
But,
I
like,
felt
I'm
like
with you. I'm not about that life. No, thank you.
and I was like, I don't I like I am not into this type of thing. Like, I thought, okay, well, maybe I could see like the love hypothesis, but it's like there is kind of like like some dynamics, and that I actually didn't like in the book. But
Mhm.
like it was basically like a PhD candidate and a professor. However, the professor like wasn't like responsible for like marking her stuff or like
Okay.
that kind of
N
thing.
Not a
So
direct power, like
yeah, there still is some like I don't know how I feel, but like I like the overall book quite a bit, and I thought it was like funny when I read it, and I thought, okay, this is okay. So then I thought that this book was going to be kind of similar to that, but like the whole book was just like not okay to me.
it's so wild. I think that's just what we keep seeing. It's like we all have such different opinions, and I think that's what makes it
Hmm.
nice because you can find people who tend to agree, and that's where you tend to get a lot of good reviews, and then you can also be shown things that you didn't think of from other things. Like, it's just interesting. It's fun.
It's hard though when you're just like trying to figure out at the end, okay, well, maybe I didn't like this book that much. I found it was disappointing.
Mhm.
but I could still see people who like this trope or who, or who like this type of book. Like I would recommend, like, if you like that trope, then that's great. But there or like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, those are the ones that I don't rate. Like, because I don't feel like I need to give a star rating because I don't write reviews like you. Like, you give, like, such beautifully detailed, thorough reviews. That's not I don't really I just read for fun, so I'm not, like my reviews are, like, talking about them on like, with people and stuff, and so for me, I don't have the pressure to try to put a number on it, so I think even I don't remember. Oh, yeah, even recently, I didn't rate something because I was like, "This one was not intended for me." Like, it was the graphic novel Sheets, that
yeah,
series, like, honestly, I didn't really enjoy it that much, but I'm like, "But I'm not really the target age range for it," and I can see how with this book in the hands of someone who was, like, in what were they, like, 8th grade or something? Like, late middle school, early high school, like, I could see them, like, really enjoying it, so I'm like, I, I didn't end up rating it because 'cause I'm like, that it just wasn't really, like, for my age range anyway, you know?
yeah. I
What do
mean,
you do then if you do you give it a star rating or do you leave it
yeah.
blank?
I do give it I do give, like, everything I read a star rating. Um,
Mhm.
like, going back to a certain point, like, from when I
Yeah.
started to, like, really review, the only ones that I won't give a rating to are when I'm just completely perplexed and don't have any idea how to rate it. So there's a book that I read, it's called I Am a Cat by Natsume Soseki, and or Soseki. I'm not sure how to say the last name actually. Sorry. But I it's basically like I thought it was going to be kind of like a story, like kind of a narrative about like what life was like in Japan during the Meiji era. And I
Mhm.
thought that's cool, but there was just so little cat content. But on top of that, too, there is a lot of um, there's a lot of, like, language in there and tone that I think is pretty consistent probably with, like, how people, thought of animals and children and women, like, during that time in history, but at the same time, like, I don't really wanna read that, like,
Right.
but I read the whole thing, like, it was 500 pages. Um
Whoa, that's commitment.
yeah, and then I got to the end of it, and I was just like, "Well, I have no idea even, like, what to say about this one," because there was also a lot of, like, um, kind of harm done. Oh, I have to take a phone call very quickly, but
Oh, go for
I'll
it.
be right back.
Yeah.
It's for Olivia.
Oh, go take a quick reading break. Mini sprints.
Okay, sorry about that.
Hi. Sorry, I was taking a reading break.
Good. That's good to do. I just got a call from Olivia's vet. She's okay. Yeah,
Yay.
but it's just a product that we're trying to track down for her, just like a supplement that she takes, and it's out of stock everywhere, like in our city.
What do you like? I had the same problem. I remember a bit
Call
ago.
like
Like,
every vet.
what do you do? Like, your animal needs this.
I know. I know. I'm like,
I
how can
can't
this
imagine.
entire town be or city be out of this like supplement for her?
It is so dark and windy. I thought it was like almost 5 o'clock, and it's only 1:30. Well, I hope you guys find it.
Oh, thank you.
At least maybe it can get shipped further away by chance.
We've tried online. Apparently, it's on back order everywhere, and so we're just waiting for it to come in. And then, I just had a call from the vet clinic, and it was actually really nice of her to call me. And she was like, "Nobody has this. We don't have it, but here's what you can do in the meantime." So hopefully, we'll be able
Oh,
to get it for her soon.
good.
Yeah. Otherwise, I don't know. Maybe we'll have to go to the vet and yeah, see maybe if they can give like her like kind of supplements there and instead of the commercial kind of stuff.
Mm,
Yeah.
makes sense.
I just realized I didn't respond to what Kristen had said. I gave 16 Scandals 1 star. I didn't like the guy she was falling for, and this is an unpopular opinion, but it's very similar to Bridgerton, and I'm not a fan. Okay. I haven't watched Bridgerton, but like I started to
Me
watch
either.
like the first episode, but then I kind of wasn't into it. I don't know. Maybe it's because it's in the kind that I don't know. I'm not really sure. I think it's to do with like the era maybe that it's in, and I'm kind of like
Oh my god. I thought about you yesterday because of what you're talking about, the era and everything. So as I'm reading that book, it's such a long title, Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches, they reference an Emma quote. And I was squealing because I'm like, yes, I love it so much. And then I was thinking to myself, but Sarah hated it, so she might not like that part.
I wasn't a fan.
I love Emma, and I love the quote from Mr. Knightley. I won't say what it is, but like, it's such a good quote. And they said it, and I was just squealing and kicking my feet like a little child.
So I did request a book that was set in that kind of time period. So I'll see.
Oh, so
I
it
give
might
it
not
a
be the
pass. I
time
give it a
period.
pass. I don't know. Hmm?
So it might not be the time period. It might just be you didn't like the story.
I don't know. I like
Don't know yet.
there's too much for me to say about Emma that I didn't enjoy to really nail it down to one thing.
No, I
I'm
love that.
sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's funny. That's what we're talking about. That's like the point is that everybody has such different opinions.
Clueless though was great.
Yeah.
Clueless.
Thankfully I don't read many things that I give 1 star because I DNF. Like that's the thing. Like if I can tell that I'm just not gonna enjoy it or I'm not enjoying it now, I'll just stop reading it because I'm just like, why would I waste my time? I could be reading another book that I like. So
Yeah.
ultimately, I don't usually give that many 1 stars because I'll usually just stop reading it.
Yeah.
Another one that I cannot, for the life of me, decide what on earth I would rate it. Have you read I'm Thinking of Ending Things by Ian Reid?
No.
I have no idea. You could pay me to give it a rating and I would not know. Like I'd be like, I don't know how on earth I can rate this book because like on the one hand, I'm like, oh my God, this is genius. And then on the other hand, I'm like, oh, sorry, I have to sneeze. Sorry.
Bless you.
Thank you. Sorry. On the one hand, I'm like, this is genius. And on the other hand, I'm like, this is also weird. And like, I did not enjoy certain parts of this, but like, it's genius. Like, how do you, I can't read it because I'm like, yeah, this is really smart. But then at the same time, I'm like, did I enjoy reading it? Not really for certain parts. Certain parts I did. I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
it says here, a couple in the midst of a twisted unraveling of the darkest unease.
I honestly, this is one of the strangest things I've read. Like, and that's not true. I've read a lot of strange things, but like, I don't know. A lot of people don't like the beginning because most of it takes place on a car ride and it's just two people talking. It's a couple talking for a long time just on a car ride. But I was like had an audiobook on for it and I had my headphones in and I was just like cleaning my balcony and for me it was enjoyable because it was like I was listening to just a conversation while I was cleaning.
Yeah.
So that didn't even bother me. It was just like how do I explain it? There are certain things in strange books that are unsettling and creepy. And then there's certain things that are just kind of gross. And like I felt like when they got to where they were going, there were so many things that was just like, what is going on? Like this is kind of nasty. Like, ugh, it was weird. And then I don't know, it's a very unsettling story. And I can't even tell you what it's about. Cause like
Mhm. Mhm.
you just I would almost recommend everyone read it just to have the experience because when you get to the end, you're like, what? So, yeah, but like I can't rate it. I have no idea of what on earth I would rate it.
Well,
It
I'm
was
trying to
it
think
was
what
brilliant. Like it was
on
genius.
it.
Now that when I think back on it, I'm like, holy cow, that was very, very smart. And that was very like, how did he even think of this? Like it was fascinating.
Uh-huh. I
It
think
was
I
I don't
may
know.
have seen it,
I
but
don't
I
know.
can't remember if I did. I've seen
Don't
some
watch the
on
movie and
Netflix.
don't watch the trailer. The trailer will spoil it for you, which is frustrating
It
so
happened to
badly. Like,
you.
no, I didn't. But when I'd already read it, and then I was like, oh, there's a Netflix movie for this, and then I watched the trailer, and I'm like, isn't this like spoiling the entire like thing? Like, what is happening? So like, don't watch the trailer. Just read the book. Go in. Just it's a couple on a road trip to go like meet his family or his parents, and it's just like I don't even know what you would categorize it as. Like, I've seen thriller, horror, I've seen
Yeah,
mystery, I've seen all stuff, but I don't think it's any of them. Like,
huh.
it's not like anything I've ever read. Like, it's such a weird combination of so many things. It's just like it's like he had this idea and it doesn't like neatly fit into a category. But it is interesting.
Okay. Well, I
Yeah.
don't know if I'm gonna.
I don't know.
I,
I don't
I would
know.
probably not. I would probably not.
You wouldn't read it?
I probably wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know.
If
What
you
is
listen
it?
to it on audio, it's really interesting, especially something that happens at the end. They do this little interesting thing with the audiobook that was kind of cool. I was like, "Whoa, what just happened?" Um and then also if you listen to it on audiobook, it does make the car ride feel more like you're listening to a conversation rather than it being boring, you know? Oh, it's
Mhm.
raining. Can you hear that?
I feel like it's probably doing that here too. I can't hear it, but I have bad
Oh.
hearing. I have very bad hearing.
Do you have any books like that that you're just like, I have no idea how I would rate this?
Tons. Yeah,
Tons. Oh,
yeah, I do. I do. But yeah, I think that's one of them. The I am a cat one.
I am a
That's
cat.
for
Yeah.
sure. Like I have no idea how to rate this because like I think that there's a whole bunch of stuff in this book that's terrible and awful and made me horrified to like read this. But it's just
Oh.
like chatter between like people just hanging out and you're like just aghast by it. Like that's how I felt. Um, but at the same time, like, it's a social commentary. At the other same time, like, I don't like that, and it's very gross. And I don't like
Yeah.
to see animals being treated poorly. So that's, to me, is usually that's one where, like, if I see kind of harm being done to them, like,
Yes.
I'm just like immediately no. Like, I can't do it, and I don't want to like really recommend it to anyone because I just think it's so messed up.
I know, and this is supposed to be for entertainment or for learning. Why would you want to have to put yourself through that?
Exactly. And there's like other books too
Huh?
where I'm just like, some books that are like classics, but have very what's the word? Have very like disturbing like content in it that
Oh,
I
what are you thinking
wasn't
of?
for the time. Oh, what's his name? Like Nabokov.
I don't know. I'm not very like versed in classics. I'm not sure.
Yeah. What is? Uh,
My cats keep trying to get in, but when I let them in, they just and close the door, they just want to get back out. So I'm like,
I have. Oh, have you read or watched the movie For the School for Good and Evil? I just read the book, but haven't watched the movie because it's almost 3 hours long.
all
Oh,
right. All right, I feel like I'm gonna keep disappointing everyone. I DNF'd the book you're reading. I DNF'd that book too. I was listening to it on audiobook at the School for Good and Evil, and I got like really far into it, but I just ended up DNFing it because like the concept to me was so interesting and smart, and I still think it is. So I think I'm gonna
mhm.
watch the movie at some point because I'm sure they're probably not gonna do it like that in the movie, but the thing that kept just turning me off is I felt like it was really immature. And I read a lot of middle grade, like a lot of middle grade, a lot of that stuff. But in this context, like I felt like there were so many like fart and poop and like all these different jokes that were just like really immature to me, or like it was very clearly, and that's the point, that it's good versus evil, but like all of the evil were all like people who were unattractive or who like weren't conventionally nice. And again, that's the point. So I'm not like, it wasn't that, it was more that it just read really immature to me.
Oh yeah.
And so like I just was kind of like, ugh, I don't really want to read this anymore. But like I think that the movie, maybe the movie won't be like that as much. And there's a really good cast for the adults, especially.
Hmm.
So I don't know. I didn't know it was 3 hours though. That's interesting.
Huh.
Yeah, I gave it to you. Yeah, okay, good. I don't feel bad then. It's a really interesting concept. Like it's like, Sarah, do you know what it's about?
No, no. I
It's
just looked it up.
Yeah, it's just like, oh man, this was years ago, so I might not do a great job of summarizing it, but from what I remember, there's like a school for good and a school for evil, and certain people are like taken to be either trained to be like the good people in the story or the bad people in a story. And like there's these two girls and they accidentally get put into the wrong school, and she's clearly supposed to be like on the princessy good side, but she got put into the bad side. And then the one who clearly was supposed to be for like the bad side, because she was more like, she's kind of like, she doesn't dress all pretty, she doesn't take like, that's, it was very like, you know, black and white. She ends up getting put into the school for good, and then it's them like, and I never understood how come no one would listen to them. They were both like, "Hey, I'm clearly not supposed to be at this school." And everyone was just like, there was always something that would happen where they would ignore them and stuff. And I'm like, couldn't this just be solved really easily if you would just listen to them? Like, I don't know. But the movie looks like it could be good because I agree with you. Like it says, I feel like the movie will be better. Um, it's an interesting idea, and I'm curious if now in this day and age, like maybe they'll challenge that idea that like the people that are good and evil aren't having to like,
Yeah.
you know, look or act a certain way. So I don't know. The movie might be worth giving a shot, but I didn't like the book.
It looks interesting.
Do you see who's the cast?
Yeah, the cast looks pretty impressive. Is that Kerry Washington in there?
I think so. Let me see.
Pretty sure it is. Love her. Let me see. The school.
Charlize Theron. Oh my gosh, Kit Young is in it. Oh my gosh, he's the guy who plays Jesper in Shadow and Bone. Oh, now I've got to watch it. I love him.
Yeah.
Kerry
Yeah, okay. Kerry
Washington,
Washington is in it.
Kate
Okay.
Blanchett, Lawrence Fishburne. Like,
Mhm.
and this is like, oh, Ben Kingsley's in it too? My goodness. Yeah, I mean, I think that the movie has promise. I agree with you, Kristen.
Yeah. Interesting.
That's kind of a good example of what I was talking about earlier about how, like, sometimes I know something's not quite for me, but it could be for somebody else. Cause like there's so many middle
Mhm.
grade that I've read that I think are like flawless and perfect. But then something like this, I was like, no, this series reads like very immature, which doesn't mean that like the kids reading it are immature. I just mean that like they would enjoy it more. Like they find that stuff funnier than I do. And like, it's like entertaining for them, but it just might not necessarily be for adults per se, which doesn't make it bad at all. Like that's the target audience. But
There is some like amazing middle grade like books
I
where
love
I
middle
just
grade.
wish that like I love reading middle grade and like I love reading children's books too because I'm just like
Yes.
this needs to be like read by so many like adults who should probably take notes here. And like I just think that there's just some like really like exceptional work that's done with like children's books. And there's just so much opportunity to be super creative in stories, you know?
Yes, I could not believe how spot on. Oh, what's the third book in the Nevermore series?
Oh,
The most recent one, Hollowpox. Hollowpox was written before 2020. And
mhm,
yet when
mhm.
it came out after that, it hit like so many subjects. It hit COVID, it hit the Black Lives Matter movement, it hit like the subject matter was very metaphorical for so many things that like happened in 2020, and I could not believe it. Like you said, like you're just like I feel like everyone should read this book whether you're a kid or not. Like it's so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, because like honestly, there's just so much about it that I'm like, yes, please like write more, but like also write this into like adult fiction as well, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah,
It's
that
weird.
was
It's and also too, I feel like there's just like a really good representation that's I'm finding more and more like in terms of books
yeah.
written for kids as well. That I think like I still see it like continuing and nearly not as much as there should be, but I think that that needs to also happen with like adult fiction. Like it's nowhere near where it should be still. Um, and it's like, well, when is it going to start to like actually, yeah, yeah,
Agreed.
yeah. But at least like there's just so much amazing like middle grade and children's books that I'm just like, anytime that there's like a children's book, I'm just like, I'll just sit down and like read it and just be like, this is kind of a joy to read, you know.
Yes. Oh, I found a graphic novel of one of my favorite children's series ever, and I am so happy they made it a graphic novel because it should be. Have um have you read Tristan Strong Punches a Hole in the Sky?
Mm-mm.
Oh my god. Awesome audiobook. Such good audiobooks. It's fantastic. But like I just found it in a graphic novel, the first book anyway. I'm sure they're gonna obviously do the whole series, and I
Mhm.
bought that immediately because like, it needs to be in pictures. It's so beautiful.
Okay, I've definitely seen the cover for this.
It is awesome. It deals with, like, I don't well, it's not just Black American, it's also African folklore and, like, tales and characters, and, um, there are just a lot of really interesting characters through their history and their stories, and the way that it's portrayed, like, the descriptions are so good, and the writing could not be better, and the story and the narrator, but, like, when you see it in the graphic novel, it's just even better. It makes me so happy. So, like, that just, like, made me so happy to be able to get to see them, and I just think that, like, everybody should read the Tristan Strong series. Like, it is so good, not only from what you learn, but
Mhm.
just from, like, the story in and of itself is so good. And it does deal with grief, but it's not apparent for once.
Oh, for once.
But they know he's dealing with this is on the back of the book. Basically, it is a young Black child in Alabama, Georgia? I can't remember, in, like, Southern United States, and he boxes. He's, like, a boxer,
Oh.
and his friend dies, and he's dealing with PTSD from that, and it truly deals with PTSD. Like, it's so good. And he goes to, like, his is it his grandparents' farm? Someone in his family's farm,
It says
and
grandparents.
grandparents, yeah, his grandparents' farm, and there's this, like, his friend's book, and there's this, like, little character, I don't wanna say who they are, but this little character who, like, steals his friend's journal, and he's chasing them, and then he gets really angry and he punches this tree, and it opens up into a whole 'nother realm.
Oh,
And
cool.
that's where the story takes off, where, like, he goes into this realm of, like, the African and African American, like, folklore, and all the gods are there, and all the like, Briar Rabbit, Briar Fox, like, John Henry, like, all these characters are there, and, he has to, like, do like, there's something going on in that realm, and he has to see if he can try to help it out, and it's so interesting and fun. It's funny too, but it's good. Has so
Yeah.
much history in it.
I would definitely,
Is that
I
you?
would
Oh, yeah,
I
that
would
was you.
yeah, that's just, I got another update about the supplement. Apparently, it's out in
Aw,
our
they're
city
really
and
taking
all
care of you, though,
around
that's so
cities.
nice.
It's out everywhere.
Oh my
Like,
god.
how crazy is that? Anyway, I think I would definitely read the, graphic novel.
Yeah, the graphic novel is fantastic because you get to see them, you don't just although the cover art is really good in that it does show quite a few of the characters on the cover art regardless, so you can kinda know what to picture.
Mhm.
But, the graphic novel, I can't wait to read it because it made me really excited. It's awesome. It's such a good series. I just remember, listening to them as I puzzle. Like, it's great. Middle grade and puzzling at the same time is just, like, peak cozy vibes. Like, I just it's the best, isn't it? Do
There
you
should
ever
be, like,
puzzle?
some middle grade cozy mysteries.
Do you ever puzzle?
Sorry?
Do you puzzle?
Do I puzzle?
Yeah, like,
Like, put
do
puzzle
puzzles.
pieces together?
Mhm,
I
mhm.
never do.
Never?
But
It's
when I
so
yeah. Oh, we just found some. Sorry.
amazing. Oh my gosh, that deserves a cheers. Cheers.
Yeah,
Oh my
I'm
gosh,
so
that's
happy that
amazing.
she is able to get her supplement. Oh,
Yay.
heaven.
Oh.
We give her a
Oh,
little
I'm so
package of it
happy.
each day.
That's amazing.
Yeah. You know,
We
Olivia,
started giving
she's
huh?
14 and a half, or, like,
I
she's 15 years
know.
old.
We started getting the, like, squeezy liquid treats for our
Yeah.
cats after I saw you giving them to Olivia, and our cats are obsessed. So, you
They'll
brought my
never
cats
leave you
joy.
alone now.
No, you brought
Good
them so
luck.
much joy. I know, they're like oh, they love it. They love it.
Good luck trying to ever wean them off of that one.
Did I tell you we
Like
have
the
a
same
we
brand or no?
no, I couldn't find it. The biggest brand we can find here is called, like, Delectables or something? I
Okay.
think it's called Delectables, and, yeah, we give that to them after they do something that they really don't like doing. Like, if they have to go to the vet or we're try so we got them a cat stroller. It's actually a dog stroller, but we had to get a dog stroller because our
No
cats are
way.
huge. I swear to God, we took them
No
outside.
way.
Yeah. Yep.
You're living the life I want.
No.
I so want to get a stroller for Olivia. She would hate me so much, but, oh, I
See?
just have just dreams of just having her in a little,
Yeah.
like, fancy little stroller and, like, taking her around town with me. I saw
Oh,
someone do
they
that
hate it
with me, and
too.
I'm so jealous. I'm
Well,
jealous of you.
I'm so sorry. Well, I was just saying that when we take them out in the stroller and we come home, we give them those squeezy tube things to try to, like, give that good reinforcement, like, "Hey, this is good job, like, this is a fun thing, like, do it." Because right now, they don't like it because they're scaredy cats, but then they always act like they wanna go outside, so we're like, "Okay, a stroller would be great because then they can actually" we've got a lot of trees around us and stuff, and I'm like,
Yeah.
"Well, they can get fresh air, they can be out of the apartment." Like, imagine only being in one place all the time. But so far, they're, like, not sure how they feel about it. By the end of the walk, they were, like, a lot more chill, and they were looking around and stuff, but, um, yeah, we've only done it a couple times because the weather keeps being weird, but, when the weather gets a little more stable, like, we're gonna take them out again, and it's it's funny, though, because they'll just sit there and meow, and I'm like, "I promise we're not torturing our cats, they're just dramatic." Like
Aw, that's
Yeah.
cute.
I
Yeah.
mean, it's kind of cute. They need to get comfortable with it still, but they aren't gonna get comfortable with it until we do it a lot, so it's like, catch 22.
I know. And then if they really don't like it, then I guess
Yeah.
then
No, but
the
by the
stroller.
end of the walk, they were fine, like, they were looking around and, like, sniffing the air because imagine all those smells and yeah, they liked it by the end, but we need to get them out more and then give them those treats because those treats are good reinforcement.
Oh, I gotta
I
give
could see you walking with Olivia in a stroller.
okay, if I ever saw that she liked being in the stroller,
Mhm.
like, after, training and, like, kind of, like, sensitizing her and just, like if she ever, like, were to oh, I would do it all the time. I would do it all the time. I would go to the I don't know, could I bring maybe I couldn't bring her inside of a cafe, but I could sit with her outside on a table
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
then just, like, bring the cup to her nose and, like, let her smell. Oh,
Yeah, it's good, like, sensory
stimulation.
stimulation. Mhm.
Olivia, though, she is a very big scaredy cat, like, I take her outside on our catio, and I have a little harness on her, um, but she gets scared of wind. So
I love it.
so when the wind kind of howls, then or, like, when I hear it or feel it even, then I can see her start to, like, get up and run, and I have to kind of run with her.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Cats are hilarious. Cats are the best. They're so interesting, like, they are all so unique.
Yeah, exactly, like, every single one of them is its own personality.
Oh my gosh, tell me about it. My cats are 2 totally different things, like, could not be more opposite from one another, even though they're from the same litter. They're just, like, the exact opposite in every way. It's so funny. Animals are so funny. I
Are
love
they
animals.
friends?
I mean,
Do they
well,
tolerate each other?
we got them as I said, they're from the same litter, and they were a year old when we adopted them, and basically, we wanted to get a bonded pair, thinking, "Okay, cool, you'll have a friend to play with," right?
Of course.
Um, no, they cannot stand each other in the house. Like, they can well, if one starts to try to lick the other one, then my gray cat, Topaz, she will just, like, have her ears back and, like, glare at her, and, like, eventually they'll fight. But the funny thing is, they're like true sisters because whenever anything stressful is going on to them, they want each other. So
Okay.
if we have to take one of them to the vet, we take them both.
Oh,
Because when we take one of them to the vet alone, they're way too anxious. But when like my at the last time we were at the vet, she had her face buried in her sister's side, like trying to hide from us, in her sister's side. And then like the same thing, the first time we took the stroller out, we only took the braver cat and she meowed the entire time and hated it. But when we took them both together in the stroller, they were okay. So it's like it's
huh.
so weird. They can't stand each other in the apartment, but whenever they have to leave the apartment, they want to be together and they find comfort in each other. So I don't know.
As long as you can coordinate it, you know.
I don't know. They don't really like each other, but they, I don't know. They're like sisters.
So Olivia's doing that thing now. She's come here. She's meowed. She's gone there. She's meowed. She's rubbed her cheek all around me. And now she's
Oh, oh, Olivia, you're so precious. Oh, cutest in the world.
yeah, she's like super cute. Do you want to do another reading sprint?
Yeah, I can do another one.
Okay. Do you want this to be our last one?
How are you feeling? I can either do this one or one more or
I can do this one and one more.
okay, let's do that then.
I have to
Oh,
take August to the vet on Monday for her 1 year checkup. I know she's not going to be very happy.
no. Is this a dog? I know you say
No, Pocus is her cat.
you have a
Um,
cat and a dog. Oh.
yeah, Kristen has I think it's black, orange, kind of white, really cute cat named Pocus, like Hocus Pocus.
Oh.
And uh, yeah, 1 year, like 1 year checkup. But the thing is, like, I know that Olivia doesn't like going to the vet either, but
Mhm.
there's a couple things you can do. One of them is this little spray. It's called Feliway, like Feliway or Feliway. And it's just like I think it's like pheromones or something like that are very like calming. And Olivia, like that makes her feel so much better. And it's one of the only things that works for her. So that helps. The other thing is that like she really doesn't like having to go to the vet, but at the same time, if you don't take them to the vet, then that's like they have to go. Like they really do need to get their like little checkups in and everything. And like there are some vets that do home visits for
Oh.
cats that are really anxious. But you have to spot them out, kind of like you have to do research and see which vets will do that.
Hmm.
But some of them do.
Oh my gosh, border collies are amazing. I love them.
They're cute too. They have so much energy.
Oh, my grandparents had a border collie. I love them.
Yeah, Pocus is a
Wow.
little over a year old.
I would like my sister always has dogs and like now she has like a big dog, a golden retriever.
Mhm.
And it's so convenient, especially for like protection. Like she goes on walks all the time and the dog has actually probably saved her life. Like there was someone like right behind her like breathing on her neck. It was so dangerous and the dog saw it and was like like started freaking out at the guy and he ran away. So I'm like, man, I would go on walks outside more. That's why I bought an indoor treadmill because I'm like, I just don't, I feel too dangerous to go outside for a walk without a big dog. But like, I feel like when you've committed to cats and cats don't really like dogs, I'm kind of just gonna have to probably be on that cat life. You
Yeah,
know?
I think what Kristen did was really good. Like she has a 4-year-old dog, and then she has Pocus, who is 1 years old. So I think they kind of met when Pocus was still pretty young.
That would be a good bond probably, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it is, but I think that it could be, like, in terms of, like, tolerating each other, I'm not sure.
Mhm.
But I agree too in what you said about, like, the protection aspect, because I remember, like, I grew up in a town of, like, 7,000 people, and, like, in northwestern Canada, and, like, I had a big golden retriever. She's very, very cute. And
Mm.
I remember one day I was kind of going around my house. So we kind of took her out to walk on the side of the house door. Were like I was kind of going over like the corner, and I was about to kind of turn a corner onto my driveway with my dog. But my dog always would go like ahead of me, right? And she's very like, huh, like I'm protecting you. And so she saw something, and she started to walk backwards, just like that.
Oh.
And then I was like, is he? And then I kind of like realized like this is very, very weird. And I kind of went forward a little bit and peeked. There was a big bear. And so she was like
Oh
backing
my
away from the bear and basically telling me to get back inside.
Oh.
So,
That
like,
was so awesome.
and it was far enough away that, like, I was able to get away, but like close enough that I could peek around and look to see it. And yeah, I don't know. Like we would have bears like kind of frequently, which is kind of scary.
Yeah.
In a small town in northern Canada, that's just like kind of what happens. Like I remember too, there was a time I tried to like leave my house and like literally looked up, saw a bear, went right back in.
Oh my god.
I
Well, so yeah,
know.
cats are helpful for that, but dogs are.
Yeah, like Olivia, she would be out.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, she would be out.
That's so sweet that
But
they love each
sometimes even
other.
just knowing that, your pet has like been alarmed by something, that kind of gives you like a vibe. Like when I saw Missy start to walk backwards, I was like, this is so off. What is happening here? She
Yeah.
usually like will run around and I have to like run after her. Like Kristen, she does great at the vet, but she just hates the car ride in her crate. She meows the whole time. Yeah, I know. I wish I could just like say to Olivia sometimes, like, it's gonna be okay.
That's what I try to tell them. I'm like, "It's okay. I promise. We never let anything bad happen to you."
I know. Pocus and Piper love each other. Pocus jumps off her. What? Oh, this is too cute. Pocus jumps off her back when they play like a launch pad. That is a dream. That's so cute.
Oh, that's precious.
That's so cute. Okay, come
I might have to change my answer. I think I might have to just do one more because I feel like I need a nap now.
on. Let's
The
let's
rain and my head cold is just like double, like
let's
making me
do
sleepy.
one more, and then we'll call it a day. And I hope that you rest and feel better. We could
Thank
also end
you.
it now if you
No, I
want.
can do another one.
One more.
Mhm.
Let me bring it up. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're gonna do our last sprint in 3, 2, 1. Okay, happy reading. was like so cozy there with Olivia.
Oh,
It was like hard to snap out. Yeah, read a little bit more, which is good. I'm liking it so far. It's early, so yeah.
good. Yay. This is definitely super Rebecca vibes,
Oh,
actually.
is it?
Yeah, I can definitely get the Rebecca influence that they're talking about in the dust jacket.
I still haven't read it.
Oh, you didn't read Rebecca with us?
No.
Why did I keep forgetting that? Oh my god.
Yeah, I believe Alan joined that day with the group,
Mhm. Mhm.
and I wasn't able to like read at that time because like work was really busy at the time. And I was like, well, there's no way I'm going to be able to also read Rebecca at the same time. I think my reading probably wasn't that great. Um, but I know I have to read it because every time I
Mhm.
hear him say Rebecca, I'm just like, oh,
You definitely should. It's a great one. It's really
yeah,
good.
I know. I definitely will read it, but I think too, like, it seemed a little bit dark at the time as well, and I was a little bit like scared to read more of it at that time. Some like right now I'm kind of at the point where I'm like, I think I can do like one more kind of like scary, like horror book.
That's not Rebecca.
Okay. But
Not at
it's kind of messed up though, isn't it?
not really. Rebecca's pretty chill. It's like it's just this young woman who feels like she's not in high society or anything like that, you know? This isn't older times. This is more like earlier 1900s, I feel like.
Mm,
And she gets married to a guy who is like has this huge house and everything. But there's this like lingering questions about who his former wife was and what happened to her. And she just constantly feels that comparison
mm,
to Rebecca, you know? And you never even get to know what her name is. Like that's not it's you only ever hear Rebecca's name and everybody else's, and it's more about uncovering like her feelings in that, and then like
mm,
uncovering some mysteries. It does have like it's gothic for sure in just the atmosphere, but like I wouldn't I mean, maybe I'm just I mean, take it for a grain of salt because, like I said, I have been reading a lot of horror lately, but, like, I don't feel like Rebecca is anything dramatic at all, like, it's, like, a pretty, um, mm, it's more mental because 'cause you're reading it from her perspective, you know, and her
okay.
thoughts on all of it, so
Yeah.
yeah,
I
and I
think
would not worry about it being too dark. Like, I mean, there are certain things of it that get kinda dark, but, like, it's not like, doesn't touch, like, Mexican Gothic. It's not, nothing like that, and it's not, like, a horror or anything. It's just, like, a more everyday psychological Gothic, situation. Mystery kinda too.
I know I do want to read it. But I also do want to read like Mexican Gothic again.
Do it. I'm reading Bunny again. Do it.
What'd you say, sorry?
I said, "Do it. I'm reading Bunny again soon. Do it."
Right? I think I might read Mexican Gothic again.
You
So
should.
I don't know. I
You
saw this like really cool like cover that she posted. Sylvia Moreno Garcia. She had the like this illustrated cover for Mexican Gothic.
I saw that. Didn't you post
That
that somewhere?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
posted it in my story and I thought, "Oh my gosh, this is amazing."
that was
And
so
I just thought, "When is the movie coming out? Like, is there even going to be a movie coming out? Because I want it. I want there to be because I just think that I don't even know if
How would you do that as a movie, though? That would be a weird movie.
like, maybe that's what happened. Someone started to, like, do it, and they were just like, "I don't know.
This is too strange.
This is, like, too strange for, like, TV." Can you imagine? Oh, but I would
So
just
oh my god, one of my new favorite
love
books is a novella, by T. Kingfisher called What Moves the Dead,
it. Uh-huh.
and at the end, in the author's note, she talks about how it's a Fall of the House of Usher retelling, and she had
Okay.
been, like, plotting it, like, because The Fall of the House of Usher is so short by Edgar Allan Poe, and it doesn't really explain the
I
horror
just read
elements.
it.
You did just read it?
Yeah.
Okay, read What Moves the Dead, it is so good, but at the end, she talks
What
about how,
moves
like yeah, let me find it. Oh, it's in the other room,
sorry, I
sorry.
keep interrupting you.
You wanna talk about highlighting a book, I highlighted, like, every page of that. It was wild. It's a novella, and, the cover is stunning. Um,
Mhm, mhm.
and as she, because The Fall of House of Usher doesn't really explain what's going on, it's just, like, spooky stuff, right? And then in this, she kinda tries to tackle more about that and more about the characters, and, um, 5 out of 5 star like, I it's one of my new favorite stories, and in the back, she was
Nice.
talking about how she was writing it, and then she read Mexican Gothic and was like, "Well, shoot, this is better than anything that I could do," so I had to step away for a while, and because there are similar themes, and,
Okay.
she was like, "Well, darn it, Silvio Moreno Garcia's Mexican Gothic just blew me away, and I just felt insignificant with my story now," so,
Oh, that's so
um, she was like, "Go read that one."
you
But
know
I liked this one better. I thought What Moves the Dead was so good, but if you liked Mexican Gothic, I hope you would like this one too.
Mike, Flanagan is doing, the Fall of the House of Usher inspired, like, Netflix, like, show,
Mark
and I don't know when it's
Hamill
coming
is
out.
gonna be in it.
Huh?
Mark Hamill is gonna be in it.
Oh, yeah, yeah, right? I
I am
saw a
so
little interview and, like, it was by Kate Siegel, and she was just talking about, like, it's just insane. It's just insanity. And I was
Mhm.
just like, yeah, I can't wait to watch it because the Fall of the House of Usher, there's like 3 characters or something like that,
Yeah.
right? I mean, 3 main characters. I
The
don't know,
sister, brother,
maybe
sister, and then the person visiting them, basically. And then,
yeah,
like, maybe was there like a
like staff or something.
yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's, like, pretty much it. So then looking at, like, the characters and, like, I'm just like, "How what's gonna happen here? Like, how are they gonna do this?"
Well, he always takes the
Information.
inspiration and then runs wild with it. Because
Yeah, 'cause he said it's just, like, a crazy.
The Haunting of Hill House TV show is absolutely nothing like the book at all, not even a little bit.
I
So,
know. I
I
had to, like,
mean,
reread it to be like, "Wait, is this the like, how is this, like, the same thing?" But it was its own, like, brilliance, right?
absolutely. Yeah, I think that actually I need to reread the book because the first time I read the book, I gave it, like, 2 stars because I was like, "This is the most boring thing ever," but I think now I'll probably be able to appreciate it more.
Mm.
But, yeah, I think that there's so much that you can do with The Fall of the House of Usher, and I'm telling you, What Moves the Dead had so much, like, it was even funny. It was, like, after I read that, I went to the store and bought all of T. Kingfisher's books that were there because I loved it that much, like, the writing is so great, the characters are so great, the spooky parts are so great, like, I think you would like it. I do. I'm always so scared to give you any recommendations because, like, I never know what you're gonna say about a book, but in this one, I think at least you would probably, like, give it at least 3 stars because, like, it's how could you not? Like, it's so interesting, and again, like, if you like Mexican Gothic, this is just gonna give you more of that kind of vibe, and, like, I think you'd like it, and it's a novella, so I read it in one sitting.
Yeah,
It's a good
yeah.
one.
I do like a short, quick read. I
Yeah.
I love no I love novellas.
Do you have any favorites?
I have a classic favorite,
What?
the story of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Oh, good, okay, I wanna read
I
that.
love it. I love it so much. It's probably my favorite.
Well, then we really gotta read The Strange Case of the Alchemist's Daughter.
Yeah, 'cause I really like it. I thought it was pretty creepy.
I wonder if I should read all of those books before reading that. Like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, Frankenstein. I don't know who
Yeah,
the rest of the girls are. I think it's Sherlock, which I already know that one, but, like, I don't know. I'm excited. That's gonna be fun.
yeah. I think it'll be really good. I've been reading some of, like, Poe's stuff. Just, like I don't think I'm gonna read the whole book, but, like, because 'cause I've already read the whole book, like, a few times before when I was, like, little.
Yeah.
And
Little.
yeah,
Oh,
well, I don't know, 12, 13, or
I
however, whatever. Because I saw it, like, The Simpsons, and I was like,
huh.
y there's, like, some Poe-inspired episode or episodes.
Oh, wow. I've never watched The Simpsons, but I can imagine that that would pique your interest.
Yeah, I think it would, but, there's some, like, Poe, like, stories that I don't wanna read again because they're, like, too disturbing for me, and I'm just like, I'm not gonna do it because, like, it touches on, like, insanity and stuff, and I'm like, I'm not going there.
The
Nope.
Telltale Heart's pretty freaky.
That's the one.
I knew
That's
it!
the one.
Yeah, that
That's the one.
one's
I
pretty,
can't read that one. It's,
yeah,
like, so creepy to me. Like, it's probably, like, the creepiest story that, like, I've ever read because I can't read it again. It's just so scary to me.
it is. It's a good one. It's really good, though. Imagine being able to do that, like, write something like that then.
No, I don't want to imagine being someone who would write something like that. I'm like, "Mr. Poe, you okay?
No. No, he's not okay.
No, you weren't okay. I think you needed, like a hug."
Oh my
I
gosh.
don't know. But, yeah, there's a few in there that are just, like, kind of quick, but, yeah, that's one that I'm just like, "This is messed up. No."
Aw. I know, I'm trying really hard to fit in all of my things I wanna read for Halloween in this last, like, week, but I can't believe we only have, like, a week left of until Halloween almost, like, it's going
I
by
don't get
so
it. I have
fast.
no idea how we're on October the 22nd.
I have, like, 15 books I wanna read before Halloween, and that's not gonna happen, that's not possible for me, like, it's
I
just so
know.
fast.
Same, and I just kept thinking, like, "It'll be okay. There's so much time until Halloween. There's so much time until Halloween." But then, like, once it's over, I want to, like, read, like, cozy stuff.
Oh, that's interesting. I have on my TBR for next month a lot of atmospheric stuff, like,
Yeah.
very fall atmospheric vibes. I have Dracula, I really would like to read Dracula,
Dracula?
but we'll
Yeah,
see if I get
Dracula's pretty cool.
Huh?
Dracula's pretty cool.
Yeah, I never actually read the book, and I really like gothic atmospheric things, so I feel like that'll be a good one. What are you reading for cozy? Do you have, like, one that you're most excited about?
There's a few, like, cozy kind of mysteries that I want to read.
Mm.
There's one that I want to request, but it's gonna be, like, released on the 25th, and I'm like, "There's no way they're going to approve, and I'm gonna finish reading this by, like, the 25th."
By the
That's,
25th.
like, impossible.
What is it? It's the 22nd.
It's, they all have, like, really cute, like, kinda cheesy, like, names, and I'm like Okay. I just requested like a whole bunch last night just to keep me going from January to like April. But I actually requested physical arcs for the first time, which like I've never done before. I've been sent a physical arc before, but like because I'm in Canada, I'm like I don't know. But I've seen some Canadian um, reviewers that have applied for physical arcs that have gotten them um, with kind of similar like stats and stuff. So I'm like, maybe I will be able to. And they really care about TikTok
Oh.
for stats, and I'm like, well, okay, well, I do like doing TikTok, but I kind of like to do just like mini reviews, mini wrap ups, and like mini vlogs and stuff. That's
Mhm.
what I've been doing the last little while. They've been
Yeah,
kind of
so it
cozy.
translates well.
Hmm?
It translates well then, like short form content?
Like short, yeah, the short form kind of stuff is kind of nice. Like there's you can still edit it quite a bit, but like it's just kind of bite sized, you know?
Mhm. Yeah.
Let me just see what the books are.
I'm trying to think what my most anticipated release is coming up. Oh, easy, Hellbent, Leigh
Held
Bardugo,
it.
the Ninth House sequel. I've been waiting. I've read Ninth House twice,
Oh,
and I know I'm gonna read it a third time now, and I've been waiting because the first Ninth House ends on such a cliffhanger, and we have been waiting years for Hellbent, and it's finally coming out, I think, in January, I wanna say. I can't wait. That's
that's
my most
Bardugo,
anticipated.
right?
What?
Is that Bardugo?
Yeah, yeah. It's so good. Hell, Ninth House is so good, and I just need to know what happens with that cliffhanger.
Been a little bit hesitant to read it because I've heard conflicting things.
Yeah, I Stephanie and I were just talking about this. I don't know, like, there are some things in books that bother some people, and then, like, her and I, it doesn't really bother us. I
Okay.
don't wanna say what it is, but, like, so I don't know that I've ever recommended Ninth House to anyone just because I don't know what people's, like, needs are for trigger warnings and stuff. Um, but I mean I've read it twice and I'm probably gonna read it a third time, so clearly you know how I feel about it. I love it.
I am one of the I am a person that needs to look at content warnings, like, ahead of time. Not like a full list, I really don't care if it spoils it for me, like,
Yeah, no.
I
It's
really
not
don't care because there's just, like, some content that, I really cannot read, like, in books,
Yeah,
otherwise I'll spiral, so
exactly, and as I said, like, this is supposed to be for fun, so if it's gonna bother you, don't worry about it. My only thing with the content warnings for Ninth House, or any book for that matter, is that it doesn't describe how it's done in the story. You know, like,
some
if
of
it
them
says
do say, like they'll put, like, on screen or, like, brief mentioning of it.
okay, so it kinda tells it, because like, if you were to say some of
Yeah,
the content warnings in the book, I'd be like, "Yeah," but when you read it, it's not that big of a deal in the way it's written. You know what I mean?
the
Like, people
story
can
guide
go
does
too
say, like,
graphic.
if it's, like,
Yeah,
graphic, moderate, or just, like,
okay.
mild or whatever. So you can just kind of look at it and be like, "Okay, this is," and I know that some people find them spoilery, but I have to
Yeah,
know
definitely.
them. I have to
Yeah.
know them.
Well, that's good if it tells you, like, the level, because like, I'm like, if someone were to tell me what the content warning is, I'd be like, "Oh, geez." But when I read it, because I actually had heard some of the content warnings before I read it, but when I read it, I was like, "Oh, this isn't, like it wasn't done in a way that was for me bothersome, but that doesn't apply to anybody else. So that's
Yeah.
why I don't really recommend certain books, just because I'm like, well, if it didn't bother me, but like I don't know how it would bother other people, so I don't know. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah. that sorry, I don't want to brush
There
past
was
this,
a
but
book
that's
that
my
we
most
read for, like, book club that, like, I started to read it, and I was just like, I, like, can't,
horrible.
yeah. Yeah, there was a book, that it just had something in it that I was like, "Okay, if I had known that this was in it, I would have never read this book." So I had to pretty much, like, I had to stop reading it pretty much right away because I glanced and I saw that it was continuing on for the next few pages. I don't
Are
think
you
you were there at
serious?
this book's discussion. And then it, like, continued off, from where it left off, but there's just, like, certain things that I'm like, I, like, I can't
Yeah,
read.
I read it?
I don't think you did.
Okay, then I think I know what one you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't think that you did, 'cause I don't think that you were at that one.
No, I think that was the one where there was hardly anybody at it, right? Is that the one?
Yeah, I think that there was just maybe a few of us, like 2 or no, 3 maybe?
Yeah, I have no really interest in that person's books at all, to be honest. I don't know.
I
Just
know, and I feel like I'm being very kinda no, I actually,
why don't you wanna say what it is?
I didn't attend that show. I didn't
Mm,
attend that show, and I think that's why, 'cause I couldn't keep reading it or something like that. Yeah.
yeah, fair.
Yeah, so it's just if there's something like that in the book, then I have to know it.
Yeah.
And,
I don't
like,
know what that one is, but I do know that, um yeah, it really just depends how it's done for me a lot of the times. Like, I have had some people tell me I know for sure an author that I will never touch is Karen Slaughter,
oh,
um,
yeah,
and I'm like, "Mm-mm, mm-mm." Like, I can't like, I do read horror and I do read, like, mystery and sometimes thriller. I don't really like thriller all that much, but, like, um, I don't like it to be graphic just for graphic's sake, you know? Sorry,
yeah,
no offense, but that's also why I don't wanna read A Little Life. Like, I'm like, I don't I get that you're trying to convey how serious this was to the character, but, like, I don't need that, you know?
like, I just feel like there's just some books, like A Little Life, where it's incredibly important to have an idea or understanding of what the content warnings are for that one.
Yeah.
Because if you go to graphic, they're, like, right there, and it's, like, really, like, you can't, like, I feel it's important to just, like, at the very least mention it. I do put, like, a little thing that has the content warnings on the top right of my TikToks. People
No.
can either look at it or
Yeah,
not.
I've seen that, yeah.
If people can look at it or not, but I just it's more like this is, like, I don't know. I just think that they're important for some people because I wouldn't want them to go and spiral if they don't know what this book is about.
Yeah,
Like,
that makes
I
sense.
don't know, I feel like that can I and I don't wanna hurt anyone by, like, saying, like, this is like, if I just say, like, "Oh, this is an amazing book," and don't say, like, "But, like, beware of, like, this," or that this is a major part of the book.
Yeah, and that's also kinda what we were talking about earlier about how reviews are very personal. And
Yeah.
so, like, I hear a lot of booktubers now how we'll be like me included, like, I'll be like, "I loved this, 5 stars, but I don't know that I would say that this is for everyone." Because like, a lot of times people will just be like, "Oh, they gave it 5 stars, I wanna read it." And I'm like, "No, no, no. We all have different brains. We all are very different. Like, just because I gave it 5 stars doesn't necessarily mean it's for everybody." I don't know. It's
Yeah, I definitely would say that for a lot of books that I, like, really enjoyed, probably all of my favorite ones, like Great
Really?
Expectations. Yeah, like, not every single one, but if I think off the top of my head, Great Expectations, um, that's not a book for everyone. Um, Mexican Gothic, um, what was I thinking of? A Little Life, The Handmaid's Tale. Those are not, like, books that I'm just like, "Hey, you're looking for a five-star read? I got you." Like,
Yeah, those are
it's not.
not the vibe.
Those are not. Those are just like, "Hey, if you want to be emotionally destroyed,
And those are your favorites.
then these," yeah, and those are my favorites. If you want to be just completely emotionally destroyed, these are amazing stories.
Trying to think, is there any book that you would recommend to, like, everyone? I don't know.
There are books that I think have themes that I feel
Yes,
like everyone should read. Like,
agreed.
for instance, I think Five Little Indians. That's a really
Oh, yeah.
important read. That's a super important read for people to, read, but there are, people in that, like, you kind of have to know, what the theme is, which is
Yeah.
also, it's very, very, very heavy subject matter, and I love that book. So,
Trying to see. I almost wanna say Babel, but it's so long that, like, I don't for the theme, as you said, like, I think that it discusses colonialism and language and all of that very well and super important, but I don't know that everyone would enjoy the book because it is very, like, l it feels long. To me, it felt long because it was very, like, repetitive, and then it would get, like, slice of life, but it had really good themes. Yeah, I don't know. I agree with you. I feel like maybe just for the theme, I would recommend books for everyone, but other than that, I don't really know many that I would say is a for sure thing.
I think that, like, yeah, it's just that I know that there are certain people that, it's like you kind of have to, like, Night, for instance.
Yes, something like that maybe.
It's like that is a book that theoretically I feel like everyone should read, but I know not everyone is able to.
Right, I was gonna say some people that would be just traumatizing again.
Exactly. So I'm like, you
How
know
about The Boy, the Mole, the Fox, and the Horse? That one. I think everybody would like that, right?
I think everyone would like it. Someone told me recently, they were like, "This book was so cheesy," and I was like, This was my heart."
Exactly, I feel like who can't like that? Come on.
They're just like, "Oh, it's so cheesy. It's, like, so idealistic and, like,
We
fluffy and cute," and I was just like, "Well, you know what? That pandemic, it's been hard.
we
It's been
need that
hard,
in the
and sometimes
world.
I need, like, a little bit of motivation to get through it, you know? You can't just stop reading, like, I don't know, Night, and then just, like, you kinda have to balance a little bit, you know?
Cuteness, you know? Like,
Yeah,
you need that. Also, the Tea Dragon Society graphic novels, those are precious.
those are cute. Yeah, those are very
Yeah, I
cute.
mean, other than that, I'm looking through my Goodreads and I'm like, I don't know that there's hardly anything I would recommend across the board.
I mean, I did say, like, I do have 3 books that I was like, "Everyone should read this in your lifetime," but I'm pretty sure in that video I'm like, "But, like, heads up, this is what it's about."
What is,
At that time, I put Night, The Handmaid's Tale, and Hyperbole and a Half.
oh, I remember that, yeah, that's
Yeah, because I was like, Hyperbole and a Half, I'm like, that I think it was, like, so important for me at the time to read something like that. Like, just how, like, just how, like, comical, like, very depressing, like,
mhm,
situations in life can be,
yeah.
as sort of, like, a therapeutic, like, laughter is the best medicine type of thing. And then her sequel to that is, like, I think is it kind of goes a little too dark in there. But yeah, those were the three books at the time. I don't know if I would necessarily say the same thing like now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't have that many even. You had 3. I mean, I would more say nonfiction than
Yeah.
fiction of, like, things that everybody should read. There are certain nonfiction books that I think are big. Um, you were saying you were looking something up about arcs. What like, we were talking about what we're most excited for coming up.
Oh shit. Sorry.
Sorry, I mean, we got off on a big tangent. That was my fault, sorry.
Okay. So uh, okay. It's in January of 2023 that this is coming out. It's called Cheddar Late Then Dead. Yeah, I know. I know. They have
I
like
love
the
it.
most ridiculous titles and I just love them. Like so many of these cozy mysteries are like that. And I'm like, I can't really see like other ones that have titles like that in this group that I just like had requested from, but
Do you have any new releases that are upcoming that you're most excited for?
um there has to be. Has to be some. Do you have any?
Mine was Hellbent. I
Any
actually just
any other
saw
ones?
my review in 2019, and my review for Ninth House was, "I want the next book this very moment."
Mm.
And that was years ago. What about
Uh, there is one. Oh, I know I have a blog post about it or something.
Oh, Moon of the Turning Leaves by Wagisha Grice.
What's it called?
It's a sequel. I didn't know this book had a sequel. Moon of the Crusted Snow. Have you read that
Moon of
at all?
the Crested.
Crusted Snow. Yeah. It's a Canadian
Oh yeah,
indigenous author,
yeah.
and it was good. It was a really good novella, and he's writing a sequel, Moon of the Turning Leaves, coming out next year.
Ooh.
That's a good one. Well, it looks like it'll be good because Moon of the Crusted Snow was really good. He
Oh,
is
who
Canadian, I think,
knows?
right? Let me look.
It says Anishinaabe.
But I think he might be over the border. Yeah, yeah.
Over
Originally
your
from,
border.
yeah, First Nation.
Yes.
The hotly anticipated sequel to Moon of the Crusted Snow. I didn't know it was supposed to have a sequel. It closes itself out really well. That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, Angeline Boley is coming out with Warrior Girl Unearthed.
Is that the sequel or a prequel or something?
Um, it doesn't say like number 2 or anything like that.
But it might be in the same world, I thought, right?
Yeah, I think that this is in the same world, maybe a different time or
Huh.
but I'm looking forward to that one, of course. Um,
I have been waiting for so long for Jackal. I have that. I saw you just read it.
yeah,
Yeah, I've had that on my TBR forever, and I bought it right when it came out, but I'm reading, like, a million things right now.
Jackal was pretty like it was like the vibe is creepy. The vibe is creepy. And I feel like it gets even better towards like the end of it.
And the Atlas Paradox, I have that too. That's the sequel. I'm actually Stephanie and I are about to reread the Atlas 6 again and then read the Atlas Paradox afterwards. That was good. I think you might actually like the Atlas 6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like Dark Academia, but not. It's, oh, how do you explain the Atlas 6? It is like the Library of Alexandria, if it actually existed and there were a secret society continuing to keep the Library of Alexandria's knowledge and magic continuing,
Cool.
and they recruit, like it was like 4 or 5 young people who are, like, the best in their specific magical talents. I don't know that I would call it magic, it's almost like X-Men vibes where, like, they have abilities, right? Like, they all have abilities, and they are recruited to see if they can become a part of the Library of Alexandria's, like, secret society, and a lot of it is told, like, from their perspective, like, each chapter is, like, in their mind, and the characters are so fleshed out, and it's, like, I don't know, it's really good. The Atlas 6 is it's really good.
There's definitely parts of that that I really like the sound of.
Yeah.
Atlas 6.
It's
Sounds
very, like,
good.
chess gamey in my mind. Like, when I think of it, I feel
Mhm,
like all of them are, like, playing chess with each other mentally, you know what I mean? Because there's this element of a competition. It's not a competition. It's not like one of those books where it's, like, competing, but, like, they can they are, like, in competition with each other in a sense of, like, because I feel like at the end, there's only gonna be a certain number that they're gonna, like, choose,
mhm.
and so they're all, like, having to use their different abilities, and they're, like, kind of like, you don't know who's telling the truth and who's not. Like, it very much feels like a chess game, but it has action in it too, and, like, it was just really interesting. It was one of the first that we read for Dark Academias,
Mhm.
and, like, we both agreed that we keep thinking about it. Like, it's one of those books that stick with you, I think, and, yeah, I don't know. They're very good character explorations because you're, like, from their perspective, so you have to get to know them all.
I just read a book that it sounds very similar to this, but
Oh, what
I'm sure that this one had, like, a better execution of it.
what
Um, it's called The Nine Origins, but it was, YA, um, and
Prester?
yeah, and I read it, and it was just totally not, like, what I hoped it would be.
Yeah, 2.25 stars.
Yeah.
Man, maybe you should read the Atlas 6 soon, because maybe it'll give you what you were looking for. It's like secret
Maybe.
society, powers/magic, knowledge, ancient knowledge, like, chess
Yeah, and that's
games
kinda
and
what that
stuff.
one was promising me too, and I'm like it's like, when your heart gets broken and then you're just like, "Can I
That's
open
the thing,
it
the
up to the
Atlas 6
same
gives you a
idea
reason.
again when I was just let down by this same kind of idea?" I don't know.
No, but it can be your rebound.
I think about it, I'll think about it.
The Alexandrian Society is a secret society of magical academicians, the best in the world.
Academicians?
That's a funny word. Yeah, when the candidates are recruited by the mysterious Atlas Blakely, they are told they must spend 1 year together to qualify for initiation. During this time, they will be permitted to access the Society's archives and judge on their contributions to arcane areas of knowledge. 5, they are told, will be initiated, 1 will be eliminated. If they can prove themselves to be the best, they will survive. Most of them.
Okay. And that kind of yeah. Well, I'll see. I see. It looks like it has good ratings, which is good.
Yeah, but don't worry about ratings because you might have a totally different opinion. I think, like, focus on if you like the concept of the plot, and if you aren't interested, then don't even worry about the ratings. Because, like, if you're not interested in that idea, it probably, like, wouldn't do it for you. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
because I've had so many books that have really high ratings, and I read it, and I'm like, "Oh, I don't like this," and then I so often lately read books that have low ratings, but the plot sounds interesting to me, and then I give it, like, 4 or 5 stars.
I've had some experiences lately where I've been like, "Oh, this doesn't have a very high rating." And then I've read it and I'm like, "Oh, I see why."
Oh, we've had opposites then. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, that's happened a little bit with me. I've opened myself up to a few and I'm like, "I don't know." But, like, you're right in that, like, I never really know what I'm gonna think of a book until I read it, so
Honestly, I feel like in some ways it's better, in some ways it's worse for readers like you and I who read across, like, everything,
Yeah,
because it's harder for us to know if we're gonna like it or not since we don't have specific genres or tropes that we stick with.
but, like, I wanna know everything, you
Exactly,
know?
and in that
Like,
way, it's better.
I wanna know everything, I want to, like, see
Yeah,
different things, right? Like, I'll read, like, a fantasy, and then I'll be like, "Okay, now I have to read this type," or, like, I'm in a reading slump, so I'm gonna read, like, a graphic novel
yeah,
or poetry, or I'm gonna read, like, a nonfiction because I keep thinking about this thing that's in my brain, and I need to learn everything about it.
yeah. That's the better part, I feel like, that makes it really awesome because we read such a big s range, but at the same time, I feel like people that are more narrow in what they know they like tend to have a better success rate because they know what they like, whereas you and I are like, "I like everything. Let me try everything."
Yeah. I feel like it's a s okay, like, in medicine, for instance, there are specialists and then there are generalists, right?
Yeah.
And, like, the specialists, like, in pathology, like, people are like, "Yeah, I love I" and there are subspecialties, like, within it, right?
Mhm.
And I do like that, um, but when it comes to reading, it's like everything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't know. Wait, you only said one thing that you're excited for.
Yeah, I was trying to find the most anticipated books of 2022. But I write these lists and then I totally forget what I am supposed to be excited about. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
I wrote this dang blog post. Where the heck is it? Oh, come on. It's got to be in here somewhere. Hey, what? Did they delete my freaking? Did I delete my
Oh,
post?
no.
Come on. Did I make it a draft? Well, that's terrible. No. Yeah, I have the blog post.
That's funny, on my story graph for this year, my
Uh-huh.
moods are 50-50. Well, I mean, there's a lot of moods, but they're both equal for mysterious and dark. And
Really?
I would agree, those are the books I've been reading this year, mysterious and dark.
I have Babel on the list that I wanna read.
Mm.
Um, I have Babel. I'm currently reading Night of the Living Rez. Um,
Oh, I have that too,
mhm.
like, on my shelf.
I like it. I feel like it's getting better the more I read it too.
Oh, good. I'm excited.
There's Spells for Lost Things, which may have come out already. Yes, it did, September 27th. It is about a witch. I don't know how, yeah, so this is by the author of, Love and Gelato,
Hmm, not
and
my
then I had Jackal, which I've read, and then I don't have anything coming out in November, but in, December, there's A Million to One, which I'm looking forward to.
hmm.
It's like a heist.
Oh, sweet.
I think you would really like it.
Heists are well, actually, I mean, I've just read Six of Crows and Crooked Kingdom, and that's, like, my favorite.
It
But
says it, gives Titanic an Ocean's 8 makeover, and a heist for a treasure aboard the infamous ship that sank in the Atlantic many years ago.
Okay, here's where you're gonna hate me.
What? I haven't watched Ocean's 8.
I'm so annoying. I can acknowledge it. I am so annoying.
What do you mean?
Like, so Alma Katsu wrote a book, based on Titanic, which is called The Deep, and it was like a horror kind of
Yeah.
ish.
Mhm.
Like, I have a couple of historical things that I have, like, studied a lot in my life, and Titanic is one of them, and, like, I am one of those super annoying people who are like, "This isn't historically accurate. Mm-mm, mm-mm. They would not be able to get from 3rd deck all the way up, like, that's not how that works. That deck does not access this," and, like, I'm like it just annoys me because I'm just like, "If you're gonna do it right," and so, like, she was having people in 3rd class going up to 1st class, like, same thing as Titanic, that was not gonna happen either with Jack Dawson, but, like, there were things that kept happening and, like, it was annoying to me because I'm like, "That's not possible." So I worry if I read something based on the Titanic, all of those stupid little details are gonna get on my annoying brain's nerves.
Yeah, but
But maybe this one will be good. I just was really bothered by The Deep in that the main character of one plot of it, they were
yeah.
based off of real people that were on Titanic, and I don't think that that's appropriate to, like how do I explain this? Like, I don't wanna give anything away, but
Hey, I can't read science fiction, so
yeah, like, I just like, they were playing with their sexuality when they were married in real life, and I'm like, that's disrespectful to, like, their partner in real life back in the day, like, these are real people who died in a tragic accident, and you're, like, using their story because you think it sounds interesting and you're changing it and you're making them be a thief and making them be like all this whole thing. And I'm like, these are real people. Like, can't you have just made up fictional characters if you were gonna do that? Like, it just really felt like I don't know. I know
well
how annoying I sound right now. I'm sorry.
well, it's like this one is sapphic, so
Okay, well now you got me.
exactly, so I'm just like, it says a thief, an artist, an acrobat, an actress, um, and, like, it also says perfect for fans of Stalking Jack the Ripper and The Girl in the Blue Coat. High Seas Heist from the author of The Henna Wars is an immersive story that makes readers forget one important detail: the ship sinks.
What's this called?
It's called A Million to One.
Oh, I've seen this cover.
Yeah, and I'm kind of like, I think it'll be like a really, really fun read. Um,
Yeah, I'll definitely put that on my TBR because like it's how do I explain this? Like it doesn't look like they're using real people from the thing.
I think that this is I think that this is just like um, creative
Like
and
the backdrop is the ship, but
the
like they
backdrop's like,
aren't. Yeah, I
yeah,
just feel weird about using real people because it's like think about tragedies we've had in our lifetime.
I
Imagine
know.
if you were to write a fictional story using those real people. Like it's not any different just because it was like 100 something years ago. Like I'm just like it just feels so weird. But like this one doesn't seem like they're doing that. So that's cool.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know. There's not too much that's like given in
Yeah.
the synopsis, so I think I just have to go ahead and read it, you know?
Yeah.
And
I
there's some pretty passionate like reviews on there. There's a lot of exclamation marks, and so I'm just like, this
Aw,
is gonna be wild.
I'm excited. Yeah, I'm gonna read too. Oh, there's fan art. Oh.
Oh, where's the fan art?
I don't know, I'm just scrolling and there's, from Yanni. Oh, art by Leslie.
Oh,
Aw.
yeah. Oh, nice.
Man, yeah, I just keep saying, "Sapphic Heist on Titanic?" That's what everybody's saying.
What?
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that's what got me, like, into it, because I was like, "Oh my gosh, this just sounds, like, awesome," and the
Yeah.
author, wrote, um, The Henna Wars, which I know is, like, really, like, popular, and I've heard really good things about as well. So, yeah. My hopes are pretty high for that one. I'm looking forward to it.
For some reason, the way that they're posing and the art style of the cover gives me Clue vibes. Like the game.
Same, same.
Like
It's
the
like
game Clue, like, I'm like, "Yeah, that's what they look like to me." That's awesome.
yeah, that's what it, looks like to me as well.
Yeah.
And, like, it's like it's a whatever, like, it just looks really, like,
Yeah.
fun and crazy and wild, and I wanna read it.
Yeah. No, I think this one has a good chance for me to like it. I would have probably liked the other one. I just like I said, I felt weird that it was like she was making real people into like thieves and like doing bad things and like breaking and I'm like, they're real people. Could you just make them fictional? Like why'd you have to do that?
Yeah,
But I get it. Like I'm not saying no one else should like it. I'm just saying my brain was like, but this one looks interesting. This one looks really good.
yeah, that
Is
was
it YA?
the huh?
Oh, it's YA? Oh, weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Cool. I don't read a lot of YA, but I don't know. Sapphic Heist sounds pretty awesome. That's
I know, right?
neat. When does this come out?
December the 13th by HarperCollins.
Oh, I see that now. Okay. I
Yeah.
don't go on Goodreads on my laptop very often, so this whole format is different.
Yeah,
Interesting.
and then that's pretty much it for this year. And then next year, like there are like definitely books that I'm excited for, but I know I've like requested them, and I don't have a list yet of all the books that I've requested. So
I have a lot of like backlist stuff that I really want to read. I don't read new stuff as often as I feel like I read old stuff.
yeah, I mean, old stuff is really good. That's generally like what I try to balance with. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you read a lot of arcs and stuff, right?
Yeah, I do. I read a lot of like newer stuff. But I think it just like depends. Like my reading has changed since like starting to review, right? Because like with reviewing, like um it's like I have so many books that like are kind of on my radar, and it just sort of like helps to try to get through them.
I'm
So
excited for
yeah.
you. Yay.
I think I'm gonna go. I'm gonna have to end because I think my partner's coming home soon. Yeah, Ben's
For
coming home,
5 hours. Woohoo.
and he got 7 packages of the supplement. So
Yay! Go,
okay
Olivia. You're gonna be okay.
for a week, and then like I don't know. Then we might have to start. Um, then we might have to talk to the vet about like what to do. But hopefully
Mhm.
it'll come like it'll be ordered in.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks for joining me today.
Hey,
It was
thank
a
you for
lot of
having
fun.
me. Yeah. I'll see you next weekend too.
Yeah, I'll see you next weekend, and hopefully you get some rest and feel better.
Thank you. I hope you get more stuff for Olivia.
Thanks. Thanks. I'm sure we will. All right, take care. And thank you everyone for joining. Bye.